Yeah, all the board members are present, and Vivian's ready to start streaming, so we're thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to start the recording and we'll call the meeting to order?
Yep.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 2021 meeting of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We'll call the meeting to order and go into our Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have a flag slide? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Are there any changes to the agenda that we should know about? I'll note that
one item, Jessica, sorry, I forgot to mention 11A, the applicant wants to wait until January.
okay. Any other modifications or additions? All right, and seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
We need a second.
Second.
Approval of the agenda has been moved by Director Felt and seconded by Director Hawkins. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. As we've done with our remote meetings, please indicate in the chat if you object or wish to abstain. And seeing no objections, the agenda is approved. Moving on to agenda item 2, the September 15th and 16th meeting minutes. Are there any corrections or changes to the minutes? And seeing none, we need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
The approval of the minutes has been moved by Director Felt and seconded by Director Dutton. Any further discussion? And seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you wish to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing none, the minutes are approved. Moving on to agenda item 3, the consent agenda. And I believe we have a couple of consent agenda items from which particular directors need to recuse. Director Hawkins.
Thank you, Director Brody. I need to recuse from consent agenda item 1C.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Director Felt?
I'd like to recuse from item 1A.
Okay. Any others?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Director Brown?
Thank you. I would also like to recuse from item 1C.
Okay. Last call for any recusals from the consent agenda. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and move approval on all of those consent agenda items that have not been identified for recusal. And then for item 1A and 1C, Director Mitchell, can we go ahead and vote individually after we vote on the consent agenda as a block, or is there further presentation or discussion we need to have on 1A and 1C?
I think we can vote based on those recusals just separately.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1B, D, 2, 3, and 4?
So moved.
All right. Approval of those consent agenda items has been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Director Hawkins. Is there any further discussion on those consent agenda items? And seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you object or wish to abstain, please indicate in the chat. And seeing none, those consent agenda items are approved. And let's give Director Felt a minute to step out for consent agenda item 1A. All right, I need a motion to approve consent agenda item 1A.
So moved.
Thank you, Director Brown, and I need a second. Thank you, Director Anderson. Consent agenda item 1A has been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Director Anderson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor? Great. If you object or wish to abstain, please indicate in the chat. All right, and seeing none, consent agenda item 1A is approved. And now let's give Director Hawkins and Director Brown a minute to step out on 1C. Welcome back, Director Felt. All right, we need a motion to approve consent agenda item 1C. It's been moved by Director Felt and seconded by Director Anderson. Any further discussion on 1C? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. If you wish to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing none, 1C is approved. And we'll give Director Brown and Director Hawkins a minute to rejoin. All right. Thanks for bearing with us. We'll just note on the agenda are the upcoming board meeting dates. And I'll mention that the January meeting, which is scheduled for January 24th and 25th in conjunction with Water Congress, is currently planned to be in person in Aurora. Fingers crossed that we'll be able to see each other. But I understand that at a minimum, it will be a hybrid meeting. So for anyone who is unable or uncomfortable meeting in person, we'll have a hybrid option. Director Hawkins, did you have a comment?
I did, thank you. It's not on the January dates. I have a conflict for the March dates, particularly on the 17th, and just wanted to let the board know that if the board dates remain there, I might be able to make part of the day the 16th, but I will not be there on the 17th if we cannot move it.
Okay. Thank you for informing us of that. Any other questions or comments on Director Schwartz?
Yeah, I will just note that I will not be available for those dates in January.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will miss you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to agenda item 4, the director's reports. Director Gibbs, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and congrats on the tricky chairing too with who's in and who's out of those votes. You did a great job. Good to see everyone this morning. I want to give you all, an update on a lot of different areas that we're working on with the DNR. Also want to share with you some IBCC updates as well, but things have been really busy in the Department of Natural Resources. I've personally been zigzagging the state over the last few weeks. I've been everywhere. I almost feel like I could run for mayor of Lamar. I've been there a lot lately, and but Glenwood Springs and all over the place. You all know there's a fire going on in Estes Park. I may be heading there possibly later on today. But it's been, very busy at the Department of Natural Resources, to say the least. And we, a couple of weeks ago, the governor presented his budget, and just want to share with you some of the highlights of that budget. And it really focused on three strategic areas, at least for the Department of Natural Resources, including outdoor recreation, conservation initiatives, and protecting and managing our state's scarce water supply while expanding outreach and engagement on important natural resources issues. So here's a snapshot of what we have so far. And obviously this is the starting point, not the ending point of the budget. But number one, a couple of years ago, the Future Generations Act passed, and that allowed Parks and Wildlife to offer very modest fee increases for example, hunting and fishing licenses. And as a result of some of those revenues, we're able to ask for a request of 15.5 FTE and $5.9 million to really help implement the Future Generations Act. So within the Future Generations Act, there were some key goals and principles within that, including improving wildlife populations, increasing the number of fish stock, maintaining parks and wildlife areas, and also kind of dealing with the rapid population growth that we're seeing too, more or less being very cautious and mindful of not loving our natural resources to death. So adding additional, staffing in key locations is really critical in helping us, manage our natural resources in Colorado. So that's number one. Number two is $700,000 and 6 FTE to support water plan grants. So this would be dedicated regional staff for the water plan grant program that will be able to help work with local communities to build strategic partnerships, develop high quality water projects, and support the water plan. So there would be 4 kind of regional focused folks, and then 2 would be more with kind of like within the program, really looking at the nuts and bolts of the finances within that. Becky may elaborate on that maybe a little bit more in her update. And then we also had last year, you've heard me talk in the past about these wildly important goals. Well, these are our more or less performance metrics that we have. And one of those performance metrics was to create at least 3 what we called outdoor regional partnerships. We like to be overachievers in the DNR, so we actually created 5 of these regional partnerships. But the idea is that we work with conservation community, we work with kind of sportsmen and sportswomen, and really look to try to find that balance between recreation and conservation. If a community wants to put a trail in one location, I'm looking at Jackie Brown, like in Routt County, for example, there's been some challenges between, mountain bikers and kind of the hook and bullet crowd. And this would be an opportunity that we would come in, work with the local community, make recommendations on how you can minimize impacts to wildlife while still being supportive of outdoor recreation. So this particular request includes 1 FTE and $860,000 to establish an ongoing grant program and a dedicated staff to support the outdoor regional partnerships. Another request was $333,000 of general fund and 3 FTE to support water accounting needs in the 3 over-appropriated basins, the South Platte, Arkansas, and Rio Grande basins. And then another one is to have 1 FTE and $130,000 for a state land board water portfolio manager. A lot of people don't realize that state land board actually has a pretty robust water portfolio, and having a dedicated person on staff that really focuses on that, we believe is critically important and frankly long overdue. And then also, some of you may have worked with or know, when I got this job, I really want to look through a lens of everything that we do in Department of Natural Resources through a lens of recognizing and kind of dealing with climate change. And so I brought in an assistant director, Angela Bogue, that's really focused on climate, energy, and forest health issues. But she is really neck deep in helping me out with a lot of the forest health issues that I'll talk later about. So we have a request for an assistant director of energy innovation. So this will be 1 full-time person, high-level assistant director position that will work with all the departments in the Department of Natural Resources, in particular State Land Board, Oil and Gas, Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, just to name a few, that we could, coordinate better. So for example, if someone wants to propose, let's say a new solar location, normally Parks and Wildlife weighs in, heavily in terms of the impacts to wildlife. Well, that solar proposal potentially on state land board is very important too. And so having someone that can really have their eyes on both those really key areas of energy innovation is really important. We also had some also kind of technical requests as well. And then a couple other big ticket items. The governor had an appendix part of for consideration for the legislative task force on economic recovery. And that was really focused on the remaining ARPA funds. And so a couple of key subcomponents too of the budget included groundwater recovery for rural and agricultural resilience. So that was $15 million to help support the permanent retirement of irrigated acres of the Republican and Rio Grande. As we all know, those areas are really struggling, to say the least, and the need is much more than that. If you ask folks on the ground, it's really about $15 million each for both the Rio and Republican. So that's, the 15 million is kind of starting point. Who knows if that may be increased, or we just don't know. It's really up to the legislators to decide. And then also there's the state parks broadband and sewer projects, part of, again, this kind of consideration. And that's for $22.8 million to support high-speed broadband throughout our 43 state park system. And just going back to the Republican Rio Grande, it was really great to team up with Kate Greenberg and Department of Agriculture on that. It's really fun partnering on these really important projects. So, and also just thinking of state parks, a few weeks ago, I was privileged to join the governor in his announcement of our 43rd state park. That's at Sweetwater Lake. And so I'm just curious if anyone has ever been there. Raise your hand if you have. It's absolutely, Gail's raising her hand. Good. It's absolutely, spectacular to say the least. And just to think that it's really been in private ownership for many, many years. And to think that this will be perpetually in public hands, where this is really the first of its kind in the nation, believe it or not, where it's U.S. Forest Service land that they are partnering with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to create a new state park. So it's going to be co-managed, and to give you a snapshot, it's almost 500 acres of land. The Flat Tops Wilderness is just right there. And then it also has a lake of about 73 acres, which is one of the larger fresh natural lakes in Colorado. It is, technically open. There's a campground there that only has 9 relatively small little campgrounds, but we're going to do a robust kind of stakeholder engagement process to really look at what the needs are in that location, and work with the U.S. Forest Service on it. So that's really, really cool to say the least. Also, thinking of initiatives, Senate Bill 258, you've heard me talk about that before, where this is this new game changer in how we do forest health issues in the state of Colorado. You've heard me maybe in the past talk about how we're working with the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, Division of Fire Prevention Control, the State Forest Service, creating this magic map, if you will, on the most critical locations in Colorado to focus on life, property, and critical infrastructure. Well, this new strategic group is now called the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program, and we had our rollout of that event yesterday, and it was powerful to say the least. And a key component of this rollout is really enhancing our relationships that we have with the Colorado Youth Corps, but also really enhancing and frankly quadrupling the corrections crews, the SWIFT crews that we have that normally focus on fighting fires, but have them also retooled to work on fire mitigation work. So the event kicked off at 10 a.m. I got out there at 8 a.m. and worked with the corrections crews. And it was really, truly amazing to work side by side with these folks. These folks are going to be your neighbors someday. and they really want to give back. I worked with I was participating as a swamper more or less, so it's kind of like a supporting role with the SAW crew. And there are two folks. One of the guys already served 8 years. The other person served 6 years. The person that served 6 years, I was like, how is that possible? You look like you're 12. Well, he committed his crime at 18, and he has a couple more years left. And these folks want to give back. They want to get involved with firefighting. They want to be wildland firefighters. And it was really amazing to kind of have this event, but also have some of the folks from corrections speak about how important this program is. And it will be a game changer for folks that are in corrections to really learn a new trade and have a productive life, once they get out of prison. We also, part of this group, we have the Rapid Fuels Reduction Assessment Team, and that was, again, prioritizing key locations around the state. We've been working with them to prioritize areas, including areas of Boulder County, Douglas, El Paso, Jefferson, Larimer, La Plata, Teller counties, plus 3 of the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative areas that are focused on the southwest part of Colorado, upper Arkansas, and upper South Platte. So those are kind of our key locations right now that we're really focused on. Yeah, just super excited about that, to say the least. Also, I get a little bit more time since I'm IBCC now, right, Madam Chair? Okay. A couple other quick updates before I get to IBC update. We just yesterday, there's the announcement of the new state forester. As some of you have worked with Mike Lester in the past, Mike retired, and he was really a wonderful person to work with. He really put his heart and soul into the State Forest Service, and I was happy that I was included in the hiring process. And they decided to hire Matt McCombs. So if anyone is really familiar with kind of the Gunnison area, Matt has been working for the U.S. Forest Service in that particular region. But before that, he has a really interesting background. He did everything from working for former Senator Ken Salazar. He served in the military. He also worked in the White River National Forest. And I kind of consider him almost like a Swiss Army knife. He really has like a great background, and he's a really strong believer too in shared stewardship, which the state is really focused on. So I think him, being in that leadership role for the State Forest Service, I think that'll be great. He'll be starting in the near future. I think maybe January 1st or something like that. So please welcome Matt McCombs if you do know him or have worked with him. Also, as you know, moving on to IBCC updates, as you know, Russ George stepped down this past June. He has always been a wise and thoughtful leader. He has been a great mentor for me, to say the least. As you may know, he's formerly served as a DNR director, but he's also a former West Slope legislator like myself. But he really knows how to bring people together and really tries to find compromise, which I like to think I really tried to do that as well, if at all possible. So I was really honored to follow in his footsteps. The governor appointed me as chair this past month. I definitely can't replace, Russ George. He's irreplaceable. I know that hopefully we'll see him around here and there. He's always willing to help out, which is really absolutely amazing to say the least. And one amazing skill set that Russ has that I'm really going to carry forward to is he just is an amazing listener, to say the least. And so I am really working hard to set up meetings with all the basins to do just that, to be a good listener. And we just had a meeting earlier this week with the Gunnison Basin, and for me to introduce myself to them, but also hear from them on concerns and opportunities they see that we should focus on. And so, right now we're really in this more virtual room, if you will, but I'm optimistic that in the near future we'll be able to have more meetings in person too. And so I am just planning on getting around the state, whether it's virtual meetings or in person, to meet with basins and really kind of hear from folks. As you know, IBCC has really served as the de facto work group for the proportionality considerations for demand management. So input by the IBCC has helped to inform, CWBCB's board and decision making and outlining the process for analyzing the feasibility of a potential demand management. So, one key theme definitely that emerged from some of these meetings too, and especially from the basin implementation plans that we have, is that's really also very near and dear to my heart, is the nexus between forest health and watershed supplies. As I mentioned, this co-swap program that we have that was created under the Senate Bill 258, I really think sets the stage for better collaboration, in the state of Colorado with the State Forest Service, with Water Conservation Board, with basin roundtables, and as CWBCB completes the Wildfire Ready Watershed statewide, susceptibility analysis as required in Senate Bill 240. I really think this could be just amazing, intra-basin coordination that I think is really important for the state of Colorado. So I chaired my first IBCC meeting that was on October 21st, where we discussed quite a few different items, including we had recent PEPCO updates from Lisa Darling. This included a notice of the CWBCB statewide water awareness survey. It's now open for engagecwbcb.org in Spanish and English, so definitely check that out. Staff also presented on the water plan updates, the BIPs, and proposed water supply reserve fund challenges. And I know we'll be hearing more from staff on that later on. We also heard from Melly Whiting, Paul Brochet, Dr. Perry Chabot on their new CWBCB grant-funded analysis, which the board will also hear more about tomorrow. And we also talked about IBCC priorities, and there's definitely, the folks are really interested in drought and climate change and really funding and watershed health. IBCC also expressed interest in continuing to discuss demand management and possibly creating their own statement to identify proportionality concerns. A motion actually regarding that was brought forward, and that failed. But the IBCC has requested a special meeting to discuss demand management moving forward. And under IBCC bylaws, the special meetings are set at the discretion of me, the chair. So I'm taking a look at what that possibility could look like, moving forward. So it's been really busy. I ended up, as some of you know, I was a former chair of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So once I was able to relinquish that, I feel like that freed me up a little bit to have this new role. So I take this very, very seriously, to say the least, and really look forward to getting around the state, listening to folks, and really, it's really critical time, frankly, as we want to hear from the basins, and really as we work to implement and finalize the Colorado Water Plan that needs to be updated and actually given to the governor, within this year by 2022. So there's just a lot going on, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But sorry I took a lot of time, but I figure I'm kind of speaking in two roles now. So thanks for your indulgence. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm planning on being here all day today.
Thank you, Director Gibbs, for all of those wonderful updates. I think Swiss Army knife is a term that applies equally to you. So thank you for the many roles that you play on behalf of the state. And I believe there's a question or comment from Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Director Gibbs, sounds like we better make a clone for you, so as many roles as you can play. But that's exciting. First, I wanted to thank you for working with the Department of Ag for those monies for the Republican and Rio Grande. Like you said, it's a drop in the bucket for what they need, but at least they'll get them started, and it's really important for agriculture in those areas, so thanks. And then second, I really hats off. I'm excited about your leadership for IBCC. I just see that as such a valuable tool, as we work forward as a state to really decide work to better manage our water. So I think when I look at the participants on that, I think they're, as you saw at your first meeting, they're really anxious to dive in and work. And I think what more can we ask for? And so with your leadership, I look forward to moving that process forward.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Any other questions for Director Gibbs?
You know, if not, Madam Chair, if I could just add one last thing. You know, I mentioned that we're going to be, you know, planning on working and having meetings in more of a virtual setting. We did receive guidance from the governor's office, boards and commissions that more or less said, hey, if it's possible, if you can hold your meetings virtually, please do so. As a result of the increase of COVID cases we've seen statewide, there's a last count, I believe I saw 600 available beds in the whole state of Colorado. And so the state really wants to play a really important role in making sure that folks are safe. And we're planning on, you know, holding these meetings virtually. Tomorrow and the next day, there's a Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting in Lamar. That will be in person, but we're also wearing masks. And for some meetings that you feel like we really do need to meet in person, Becky knows this, but there's kind of a waiver process that you can make a pitch to me, and we will follow a really strict protocol of wearing masks, you know, social distancing. We also have, in many cases, some Binax COVID tests that are available for folks that want to get tested before meetings. So your safety is number one, you know, at the end of the day. So I know it's a little bit of a inconvenience for folks, but frankly, for CWCB with folks all over the state of Colorado, maybe it's actually better. So you don't have to travel quite as much right now. But we're going to have this virtual setup for the next couple of months at least, and then we'll reevaluate what that looks like. But it's not just me, you know, putting my finger up in the air and thinking, okay, I think COVID's getting worse. It's really getting guidance from the governor's office on this. So thanks so much for your cooperation with that. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Director Gibbs. I think we're very fortunate to have the tools that we do to be able to gather like this virtually. And again, thanks to Viola and Vivian and the amazing staff for making the magic work so that we can meet, whether it's face-to-face or on Zoom. Let's move on to Director Mitchell.
Thank you. And I want to welcome Dan as the IBCC director. It is such a critical role, and I'm so confident and excited that Dan's going to be doing it. And when he says he is really focused on listening, I can just attest that that is a primary goal of his. And so I think he's going to be great in this role, and it's going to be great for Colorado. So welcome, Dan, to that role. Also, your director's report, as always, was amazing, but it was inspiring to hear about, some of the programs with giving folks that have had run-ins with the law potential options for the future. So that is a beautiful thing. And also the work with the Youth Corps and is always something that is near and dear to my heart. So thank you for all of that. Dan's doing a lot of work on things like that. So he'll also serve the IBCC well, our own Swiss Army knife right there. So want to just touch on a few issues. I'm going to try to keep my director's report brief, but I say that all the time, and it doesn't work very well, but we're going to try this time. There's been such increasing recognition that all of the issues going on in the Colorado Basin are interrelated. So I want to just talk about that for a bit. For example, we're learning as we go from some of this implementation of the Drought Response Operations Agreement, and this is really going to help inform the demand management feasibility investigation. So I want to reflect on this and there is one Colorado River update agenda item today, and that's going to be all encompassing. It's going to cover hydrology, DROA planning efforts, demand management, et cetera. And that really is because it's also interrelated. So, but relating to that demand management feasibility investigation, the upper division states and UCRC are still working on their respective investigations. But Colorado we're out ahead. And sometimes, as you all know, when you lead, maybe you are often the target. So but it's still important to remember that no state can go it alone. We would all have to make a feasibility finding, and we would all have to agree to the key elements of a program if we stand one up. The drought contingency plan implementation is also going to help inform our strategies going into the negotiations relating to the post-2026 reservoir operations. Also, there have been increasing questions about what Colorado and the upper basin states are doing to respond to the drought conditions and the projections for Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And I have to use this time to touch on a bit of the lack of understanding or recognition that I'm seeing of the significant shortages that we've been taking for the past 20 plus years, and all of the other efforts that we've been making to protect the system. And so as we've been dealing with these shortages and taking significant steps to increase the resiliency of the entire basin, the lower basin has largely been shielded from the impacts of hydrology due to several 9 million acre-foot releases out of Powell over the course of the 2007 guidelines. So it's important, not only in our roles at the state, but you as directors of the CWCB, you and your day jobs, it's important that we educate folks on what it has looked like to be an upper basin water user over these last several years. And we're really focusing on working with the other states to consider opportunities for collaboration and opportunities that benefit the entire basin and that we can all agree to. So while we continue to work with the other states on drought contingency plan implementation, and we continue our demand management investigation, it's also important to not lose sight of tools that may be available at a more local scale, and those that are within our control and not necessarily dependent on other states. So we have to consider all those tools available to protect Colorado and our water users in the face of an uncertain future. So that being said, I want to highlight a little bit of the work that happens in the CWCB on a regular basis, and especially related to conservation plans. You all know that a covered entity is an entity that provides over 2,000 acre feet of treated water. There's approximately about 100 of those in the state of Colorado, and when we think about water providers, oftentimes we're thinking about the big ones, the Denver Waters, the Auroras, the Colorado Springs Utilities, those big ones. But it's important that we look at ways that we can have impact on more of our rural water providers, and so I just want to highlight some of the work that is focused on that. So our first and foremost, conservation plans, drought plans, they're still coming in. We are still evaluating them, working with folks on the ground to do the best for their communities and conserve water. And so, but also we have our Colorado Water Loss Initiative, and phase 2 of that initiative officially kicked off September 1st. And you all know the work that Kevin Reedy does on a daily basis, but he does some big heavy lifts in pushing the state forward. And so Kevin, but along with the project team, reassembled an advisory group and has added the Colorado Rural Water Association, as well as folks from DOLA, and has already hosted the first 2 webinars for utilities. One was for new learners and one was for advanced learners. We have 61 utilities registered for that program, and we're trying to get even more. So Kevin's been reaching out to other prospective registrants to kind of increase registration, but almost half of those registered utilities are smaller or more rural in nature, which is one of the goals. And so I think that is really important to focus on and make sure that we're touching all areas of the state and that we're learning from each other and we're providing services across the state. Also, in terms of land and water planning and that nexus, CWCB has been participating on the core planning team for the Denver One Water Plan. You all know that was funded by partially by a water plan grant, and really consists of various entities. But I think as the implementation begins, a lot of folks are going to be able to learn from that program also. So I'm very proud of our interaction and participation in that. Along with other things that CWCB has been up to recently that we should all be incredibly proud of is the stream management progress. And this year, the River Network and CWCB staff, primarily Chris Sturm, compiled the accomplishments of the first 5 years of the Stream Management Plan grant type within the Colorado Watershed Restoration Program. So, and then as part of that, the River Network also developed recommendations for the future. And developed a video for the 5-year update. So I think it's important to think about the benefits that come to the Colorado communities when we're talking about these stream management plans. And so as these coalitions of river users and advocates are built, we're also building a better knowledge of the river conditions, hydrology, recreation management, implementing priorities that really protect and improve our rivers. So $8 million have been invested in stream management plans in the last 5 years, and CWCB has contributed 55% of the funding on that. We still have 26 stream management plans that are in progress or have been completed, and 269 projects or strategies that have emerged from the effort. We're not stopping. We remain committed to stream management planning, and really what we've learned over these first 5 years is going to help us not only in the future for stream management planning, but also in our water plan update. So that is just something I'm incredibly proud of. Kind of want to talk a bit about some changes in the agency. So first and foremost, Anna Porter joined CWCB as our new administrative assistant. She's a great addition to the team. She's been part of the DNR team working at CPW as a seasonal employee for a number of years. And then she previously worked with Representative Jenny Arndt. So we are so happy to have her. We're going to definitely use her beyond the administrative assistant realm, because I think she's very qualified, and we're excited to have her as part of the team. So welcome, Anna. I don't know if you're listening or not. I hope you are. Also, you've probably heard that Greg Johnson left us and went to Denver Water. Jessica. While being incredibly sad about that, I think Amy Ostick moved up and is now the interstate and federal section chief, and I think she will do a great job at that. That leaves a void there, and that we are definitely going to have to fill that. And then there has been JoJo Law has mentioned that she is leaving. I don't know the exact date, but she will be going to CDPHE and doing some policy work over there. And so that leaves another vacancy. And then we have a contract person, Lauren Miramont, who is also leaving. She found a great opportunity at a county position and is going to be leading a team I believe it's Jefferson County. And so she will be sorely missed, and we will be working diligently to fill those roles. one exciting thing in the midst of all these losses is that we're rolling out the CWCB portal, which is that online platform that will ultimately house all loan and grant applications, the projects database with projects that are identified in the basin implementation plans, and then the 1051 municipal reporting database. And so that started this week. And just a shout out that water plant grant applicants can go online, request an account, and then enter the application information for the December 1st grant cycle. So we're going to start working with our applicants to shift them to this. Anna at Moss is the primary point of contact on this. So if you have any feedback or comments, please feel free to discuss it with Anna. One final thing that I want to close with is you probably saw that our own Governor Polis went to DC this week to stand with the president as he signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And just a little bit of background on that and a bit about how it affects us, just a small portion of that, is that in that bill, there was $50 million allocated for drought contingency plan funding for the upper basin. So there was some for the lower basin, a lot more than the 50 million, but there was 50 million for upper basin DCP implementation. So this is not Colorado's money alone. All the upper basin states must really determine what's the best use of these funds. But remember that there are multiple components of the upper basin drought contingency plan. So in order, we talk about demand management a lot, but part of, there's the three real components that this could be focused on is drought response operations agreement, demand management storage agreement, and then weather modification. So demand management may be the element that requires the highest level of funding if it's implemented, but there are multiple components to that. We still have not determined whether it's advisable to establish a demand management program, especially across the four upper basin states. Each state, and you'll hear more about this afternoon, but is in the midst of their own investigations. We've made substantial progress, but each state would have to agree. We all know that. I continue to talk about that. But in the meantime, we anticipate that the Upper Colorado River Commission and the upper basin states will make progress on this investigation in the next several months, which will ultimately support the decisions of whether a demand management program is feasible. Also, in terms of that bipartisan infrastructure bill, any funds spent for DCP implementation will require close coordination and agreement among all of the upper basin states. So I just want to let everyone know that as we're looking at that Colorado's committed. We continue to be committed to working with the other upper basin states to determine the best and most reasonable use of those funds if and when they become available. That is what I have. I am open to any questions, and again, welcome you, Dan, to the Interbasin Compact Committee, and can't wait to see what we all can do.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Just for the record, I take neither credit nor blame for Greg Johnson's departure, but we're thrilled to have him at Denver Water, and congratulations to staff members on your new roles. It's really exciting news. Director Sakata, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Mitchell, first, thanks also. You didn't mention that you testified before the House Natural Resources Committee. I think you reviewed that and you did a great job. You're a wonderful spokesperson for Colorado, and I would echo your need for all of us to do that as well. I've seen recent stories and it's like, what are you doing, Colorado? And we need to get that message out that we've been living within our means for a long time now. So thank you for that. I find your report really valuable. The written report in the packet is, and maybe as a newbie, because I have so much to learn, it's really, really valuable. The one comment, and maybe it's just because I'm not tech savvy, that I would ask if you could do, because the links are really super valuable as well. But when you click the links, it doesn't open up a new tab. It goes directly to the link. And so when you go back, it goes back to the top of the packet. And then I have to scroll back down to the director report to find it. So if there's any way that you could make the link in your reports open up a new tab, that would help me tremendously. So thanks so much, though, for your report. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Sakata. And I am probably about as tech savvy as you. So I'm hoping somebody heard that understands, first of all, what you said, and then how to do it.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments for Director Mitchell? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the Agriculture Commissioner report. And Bethany, I believe you're going to deliver that report today, so welcome.
Yes, thank you guys for having me. This is my first time representing the Department of Agriculture. So Kate is unfortunately, well, not unfortunately for her, but unfortunately for you guys, she had a really busy morning. But I wanted to do a quick introduction of myself. My name is Bethany Howell, and I'm the new Deputy Director of Communications and Outreach for the CDA. And so that's a little bit of a new role, and a lot of what I will be doing is focused on looking at connections and collaborations with other agencies and organizations in agriculture, no matter what that looks like. So I'm really excited to be here with you guys this morning. I was formerly with the Rio Grande Watershed Conservation Education Initiative in the Rio Grande Basin and worked with that roundtable quite extensively. So I'm privileged to know some of you and hopefully get to know more of you as I'm working with CDA. So just wanted to do a quick overview of what the CDA has been working on. Kate is currently at the State Fair Board retreat, and then she is heading over to the CPW Commissioners meeting in Lamar, which I am also heading to. So unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the rest of the meeting because I'm going to be hopping in my car from Del Norte and driving to Lamar to be a part of all the fun over there. So at CDA right now, we are working on several initiatives, especially looking at conservation. So we have stimulus funding that we were awarded and had applied for $2.4 million in conservation innovation grants, or CIG grants, through the USDA. And so those dollars are going to be awarded to 9 conservation districts for advancing voluntary stewardship initiatives. We have a program called the Saving Tomorrow's Agricultural Resources Program, or STAR for short. And so conservation districts are going to be integral to getting that funding out to people on the ground for working. And so that's one of our leading efforts to advance our voluntary stewardship, which is one of our department's wildly important goals that we're working towards, looking at soil health investments, especially in a way that attracts new business and marketing opportunities down the road. So we're fairly excited about that opportunity. I also wanted to update you all on the progress for our Agricultural Drought Resilience Fund. So as directed by the legislation, $1.125 million was distributed to the 75 conservation districts in Colorado. And then we also have non-competitive funding allocations that included $100,000 to the 4 boards of district grazing advisors for the purposes of maintaining, repairing, or installing range improvements that improve range preparedness for, resilience to, or recovery from drought or wildfire. And then we have $145,000 that's going to CSU for producer drought education and research, expanding the COAGMET system to include soil moisture data and post-fire watershed assessment training. So recognizing that all of those elements are critical for drought resilience, especially when we're looking at agricultural producing land. For the competitive grant allocation of $1.57 million that was opened up last month, we had 90 applications that totaled $8,169,760 in requested funding, which just tells you how very needed this funding is for making progress in resilience. We will start notifying successful applicants here very soon. So if you have anyone in your districts or basins who applied for that grant, they should find out very quickly. And then I wanted to piggyback on Director Gibbs' discussion on the governor's proposed budget and wanted to thank DNR for their partnership on that. We definitely consider DNR to be extremely important in helping to achieve our WIGs. And so again, looking at that groundwater resilience with those time-sensitive deadlines in the Republican and Rio Grande basins, really thinking that will make a difference and hopefully help with the difficulties that we're seeing on the ground with producers in those areas. And then just very briefly, a quick overview of what's happening in the agricultural realm. As we're looking forward into the winter, we definitely are seeing some concerns about continued groundwater and drought as we're looking at an extremely dry winter. But we're exploring opportunities as well for supporting our economic and supply chain resilience, especially looking at supporting diversified crops. We all have our agrivoltaics and clean energy programs that we're trying to encourage producers to take advantage of as well. And then Commissioner Greenberg's focus on community engagement continues to be a top priority. We were very lucky when I first started. I've only been on the job for 3 months. I started in August and I got kind of thrown into it right away with the drought tour in the Yampa Basin. But we're very excited to be able to be in local communities, listening to people's priorities for their producers. I want to give a shout out. It was great to have Jackie Brown and then Robert Sakata joined us for our recent tour on the Eastern Plains. And so we were able to listen to producers who were dealing with a lot of difficulties around the Republican. We're also had just wrapped up our listening sessions on SB 87. We held some listening sessions around the state. And then the concerns of producers and workers were both incorporated into the recent rulemaking process. And if you want any of the links to those, I'm happy to provide those. I'll put my email in the chat, but that has just recently come out. And then, as I mentioned, we are going to be in Lamar the next 2 days with CPW at their commissioners meeting, being part of the field release this afternoon for black-footed ferrets, which I am really, really excited about. And then tomorrow, we're hoping to take a tour of some ATM locations in the lower Arkansas Basin with some of your CWCB staff. So just a lot of work going on just in the past few months, and we're looking at more to come. But thank you as always. I just want to say a quick thank you on behalf of myself for having worked with CWCB and DNR in other ways. I really appreciate your hard work, and we're looking forward to. I personally look forward to working with you all in the future.
Well,
welcome, Department of Ag.
Well, welcome again. We're thrilled to have you, and thank you for making time in your very busy schedule to join us this morning. Director Brown, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Bethany. I just was wondering if, in your experience, the funding that the conservation districts are receiving, is that more than typical or less than typical?
With this recent infusion, it was more than typical. It definitely made a huge difference to the conservation districts that I'm the most familiar with in the San Luis Valley, some of which have really struggled with funding. So this has definitely made a big difference and will continue to make a difference if we keep funding them.
Great. It seemed really substantial to me, but it's been a while since I've paid attention to that. So great. Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And Bethany, remind me the amount that went into the conservation districts in that infusion.
So the recent one was, let's look, sorry, double checking, 1.125 million over 75 conservation districts. So I am not a math person, but I could break that down really quickly if I have my calculator. So that was recently, but the conservation innovation grants will be 2.4 million for 9 conservation districts to spread out.
Okay, thank you. Hoping our West Slope conservation districts are in line for some of that. Thank you.
Are there questions or comments? Well, thank you again. Let's move on to 4D, our state engineer, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone. I have a couple updates of some recent work we've been doing that will be of interest to you, but I, again, will also try to keep it brief. The first thing I want to mention goes to the corner of the state that's been mentioned a couple times already this morning, and that's the southeast corner of the state. but I just want to go way far down into the southeast corner in our Southern High Plains designated basin. And we have had, for a few years, some difficult situations down there related to the issuance of well permits by the Groundwater Commission. And it's raised a lot of questions. It's important for everyone to know that I believe our Groundwater Commission is a high quality group of people, very engaged, and our commission staff is very good at what they do, following the law, following the rules. Nonetheless, there's been a lot of conflict in recent years about the issuance of well permits. And the question about well permits in the Southern High Plains has to do with whether well permits themselves should be issued to certain types of applicants, and whether they should be issued due to the decline of the Ogallala Aquifer, which we know is a very regional, multi-state issue, but also targeted for our designated basins. This, again, is a difficult issue. It uses a lot of legal resources and a lot of people's time. And the Division of Water Resources has really worked hard to educate, to help people understand. And we took the step with the Groundwater Commission last week of holding the commission meeting in Lamar, Colorado, and holding a public meeting in Springfield, Colorado. That meeting was an important meeting, and it turned out to be more helpful, I believe, than we could have imagined. First of all, it was really helpful to have Director Gibbs and Assistant Director Kelly Romero-Heaney at the meeting on last Thursday night. It was also very helpful that our Southern High Plains residents were so engaged in this issue that they showed up in a large number, maybe 70 to 80 people on a Thursday evening, which was really gratifying to know that this was so important to them and they were so willing to be there. We also had the two legislators for the area, Representative Holtorf and Senator Simpson, show up. And I could really spend a lot of time talking about the information and dynamics of that meeting because it is important and it's very interesting. I won't do that other than to say that there was a lot of good public discussion, people understanding each other, the commission understanding the issue better, people understanding the commission better. And I think we've got a good path forward to maybe work through some of these difficult, contentious issues that right now, as I said, are consuming a lot of time, money, legal resources from all kinds of people. And so I'm very hopeful, but I guess also I'm gratified that again, we had Director Gibbs and Assistant Director Romero-Heaney and others show up there. We've got a path forward. The commission is continuing to work to make with the people in the Southern High Plains to resolve some of this. I will go to the other corner of the state now, and the northwest corner of the Yampa River Basin, and talk about measurement rules. And I feel a little self-conscious because this has been part of my message in my director's report every meeting, I think for the last 3 or 4 meetings. But the good news is, as I talk about it, it's new information because we're progressing, we're doing things, we're moving forward in the process. So in the last meeting, September, I informed you all that we were doing measurement rules in Division 6. And part of that is beginning, and the important beginning of that is stakeholder meetings. And I gave you a concept of stakeholder meetings we had hoped to hold. During the month, primarily of October, or almost entirely in October, we held 6 stakeholder meetings in Division 6. So Director Brown, we were in your backyard. Even more closely, we were in Oak Creek. And actually the meetings took place in Steamboat Springs, Oak Creek, Rangeley, Meeker, Walden, and Craig. So we had good representation from Division 6 stakeholders. And I'll say again, like I said, for the Southern High Plains, it's gratifying to come out and want to meet people on the ground and have them show up. We had great stakeholder involvement, very constructive. We have built a draft set of rules that is certainly not final, certainly does not yet address all the concerns, but has gone a long way to incorporate all the information that we've got from those stakeholder meetings. Our next steps on that, let me pause and then just say, after all those on the ground in-person stakeholder meetings, we had a Zoom meeting last Monday evening. And in that Zoom meeting, we just wanted to allow those that couldn't come to an in-person stakeholder meeting a chance to participate. And again, got additional information. We now have that draft set of rules that I talked about that we need to continue to work on, and we will do that and continue reviewing that with our stakeholders with a plan sometime after the first of the year, filing these rules with the Secretary of State for the formal process of rulemaking. That's enough of an update for you all right now, especially you, Director Brown. I wanted you to have that information. And finally, I'll say that on a new topic, this fall has been great for me for another reason. After 2020 and not being able to do our typical and traditional fall meetings around the state, I was able to once again go to each of our division offices. We're talking about Greeley, Pueblo, Alamosa, Durango, Montrose, Glenwood Springs, and Steamboat Springs, and go to each of the water divisions, see their staff in person, meet with them, talk about water administration, give them all the updates. It's a great way for me to connect with them and for them to feel maybe they're being heard from me. So I had a great October doing those meetings as well, and look forward to doing it again next year and never have a year again where I miss those. If there are no questions, I'll end my report there, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Any questions? Well, those are all good updates. I'm glad you're able to get out around the state. Thanks again for joining us for this meeting. And we'll move on to 4E, Parks and Wildlife. Rob Harris, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Director Prenslow sends his regrets. He has to be at the same meeting that Deputy Director Howell mentioned in, and I think also Executive Director Gibbs mentioned in Lamar starting tomorrow. Well, and I actually need to thank Executive Director Gibbs again. As frequently happens, he makes my job easy for that Plug for the Future Generations Act and the work that we've done there. And also on the exciting news about Sweetwater Lake State Park. And certainly as far as our new park goes, I think he hit almost all of my talking points. Just that, we're just excited and grateful to the many stakeholders who made the acquisition possible, including Land and Water Conservation Fund, the Eagle Valley Land Trust, and Great Outdoors Colorado. So we look forward to working with all of our partners to develop a management plan and to, as Executive Director Gibbs mentioned, upgrade the recreational facilities at the lake. I also have to thank Director Mitchell for her review of the amazing stream management plan work that CWCB's done over the last 5 years. I mean, Chris Sturm and the CWCB team have done a great job, and we really look forward to continuing partnerships on working towards developing stream management plans and seeing what Colorado can accomplish over the next 5 years. And then finally, I'll thank Deputy Director Howell again for her plug for CPW's black-footed ferret work. Probably most of you know this story, but it really is one of the most amazing conservation stories in the West over the last couple of decades. They were once thought to be extinct until a remnant population was found near Meeteetse, Wyoming. So I've seen, internally some of the just extraordinary efforts our staff go to and to conserve this species. So moving on, I think in another report, let's see. That I'd like to bring folks' attention to is our strategic plan, and we've just recently released a progress report. It's available on our website. The strategic plan originally was finalized in 2015 and provides a roadmap for achieving CPW's vision and mission through concrete goals and objectives. CPW, develops 2-year operational plans in order to achieve those goals. And they contain actionable sub-objectives and measurable metrics that track the outcomes and impacts of our work. And it really provides a snapshot of CPW's work. My section, the water section, has a handful of these. And so if you're curious about the work that we're doing in water or beyond, I would definitely encourage folks to check out our progress report. It's now available on the website. And then finally, there are just a couple of agenda items that, CPW is particularly pleased to see, come before the board this month. One of them is the Lake Avery Renewable In-Stream Flow Loan. We want to thank CPW and CWCB staff for their work developing what we believe is the first proposed renewable loan under the new rules and the 5-year and 10-year statute. So we look forward to continuing to work with these folks as well as DWR on implementing this proposal, and look forward to your questions and thoughts when that agenda item comes up tomorrow. And similarly, we're pleased to support the proposed wintertime supplemental water from Rudai Reservoir to the Frying Pan Reservoir, and supporting this important and productive gold medal stretch of the lower Frying Pan River. And with that, I'll conclude the CPW report and see if anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Rob? And seeing none, we'll move on to Keith, Water Resource and Power Development Authority. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you very much for having me. I wanted to mention before I go over my report, I'm just so impressed every time I get up in front of the CWCB in terms of the thoughtful leadership, both at the CWCB and DNR. For somebody like me who's relatively new in my role as the head of an organization, it's really inspiring to sort of see that in work and this sort of dedicated staff here at CWCB and DNR. With that said, I have a few items I wanted to cover. The Water and Power Authority looks to have about an average year this year. We'll probably close about 25 to 30 loans this year, although the dollar amounts will be closer to 45 to 50 million, which is a little low for us. We had a couple of big projects that are pushing towards next year, which I think is somewhat intentional and in anticipation of the bipartisan bill, which I'll mention here in a little bit. I think a few projects have smartly said, hey, we may be in for some additional funds. Let's hold off. And I think we're seeing that. There are a couple of other items beyond my report I want to mention that have happened sort of post-report. We did get the executive order from the governor's office. We have two new appointments to our board, which we're excited about. The first one is Lucas Hale, who's replacing Roy Heald in the Arkansas Basin. He's the current district manager for Whitefield Water and Sanitation District, so we're looking forward to having him on board. The other appointee is Karen Wogslin, and she'll be the Yampa White Basin representative to the authority board. Now, that process requires both applicants to go through Senate confirmation, so our existing board members will continue to serve until they're approved by the Senate, but we're looking forward to having them both on board. And then focus my discussion is going to be on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, also referred to the IIJA bill, which the president just signed on Monday. And I apologize if this is a little bit redundant for some folks. This information came from Aaron Meeks out of Senator Bennett's office, but you haven't heard the amount of money in total that's coming to Colorado through the bipartisan infrastructure bill is about $6.15 billion. And that's made up of $3.7 billion for highway, $225 million for bridge repair, $917 million for public transportation, $688 million for water infrastructure, which I'll mention more in a minute, $432 million for airports, $35 million for wildfire recovery and resources, $100 million for broadband, $57 million for EV charging network, expanding EV charging network. So just to get you a feel for the amount of dollars coming in through that infrastructure bill is certainly significant. We have more than enough projects to eat up those funds, particularly on the water side. And that's where the focus is for my organization. That $688 million is specifically dedicated to the state revolving funds. With that being said, there are really three tranches of funds within that $688 million. And so the first one is lead line replacement. There's about $290 million available through the SRF programs that specifically have to be funded in lead line replacement. 49% of those funds has to be in terms of grants. So we've got a grant sort of loan combination that's going to be going out. We haven't figured out how that mix is going to look, but we know 49% of that will be given out in grants. The next tranche is emerging contaminants. Emerging contaminants can mean a lot of things. I think this bill, when you read and follow the bill and the sort of correspondence around it, is really targeted at PFAS. And PFAS is that toxic foam you've heard probably a lot about in the state, that was used for firefighting, that leaches into the groundwater and contaminates that supply. And it really never goes away. And it's very, very difficult to treat. Traditional treatment plants cannot treat it. And so those funds are at $86 million. 100% of it has to be grant. There are not a lot of PFAS projects out there, but there is a lot of PFAS. So I think there is an opportunity to get that money spent. With that being said, I've pushed EPA a little bit to try to give us some guidance on that definition. My hope is that it can be expanded a little bit. I'd love to use some of this money for radionuclides and some of those contaminants, particularly down in the lower ARC, which I know is a big project for CWCB. We've been talking to your folks for a long time on this project, and I think there is a role that the authority and the SRF programs could play. And communities like Avondale and Boone, they don't have the resources to hook into the Arkansas Valley conduit as it comes down the valley towards them. This would be 100% free grant money that could potentially be used. Now, that's not official at this point. We're looking for guidance, but that's my hope, is that we can use it for a broad range of projects. The last pot of funds available are really SRF funds, which are just a continuation of the grant funds that we already get. And that's about $312 million, although there's also grant funds that are dedicated to that source as well. And so that 49% of that funds has to be in terms of grant dollars. So there's a lot of challenges and a lot more questions than we have answers at this point. As you can probably tell, we're excited. There are a lot of projects out there that could use the funds, and we're confident we'll be able to get good projects built with these funds as they're available. My sense is you'll see a big push of projects coming at these funds early in the process. There are certain requirements that kick in after 180 days of the bill being signed by President Biden. One of those big ones is what they're referring to as BABA. I don't love that acronym. It sounds funny every time I say it, but what that means is it's Buy American, Build American, and essentially requires all construction components for projects that touch federal dollars have to be constructed with American-made products. So it's not as easy as that. It's very complicated. And because of that, there's a time frame to implement. If your project comes in the first 180 days, you don't have to meet that requirement after 180 days. Not only do you have to meet the requirement for these new stimulus dollars, but this is going to touch all federal dollars across all sources. So it's a big deal. I think that will send projects our way early in the process. So with that, I know you guys I'm running a little over on time. I'll stop there, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the bill, our role in that, or anything else that I can.
Thank you, Keith. Are there any questions? I'll just say I'm excited to see that federal investment, particularly in water infrastructure. It's a huge opportunity for our state, and appreciate your leadership and your team's leadership in putting those resources to good use across the state.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, let's move on to agenda item 5, financial matters, construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund. Kirk, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Kirk Russell, the Finance Section Chief. Agenda item 5A is the annual finance reports that are coordinated by Lauren Miramont. And I want to take a second to talk about Lauren. She joined our staff in 2018, and I could talk about how incredible she is to work with, but I want to share with this board. You get to see a lot of the finance section staff, but Lauren is one of those that works behind the scenes, and she is just an incredible person, huge caring heart. During this pandemic, I know she spent time in the food bank area and helping those folks out. Every time I talk to her, I'm more and more impressed as getting to know her. And she has an opportunity to go to Jefferson County, and she will probably run their accounting show and do incredible things over there, similar to what she did at CWCB. When she came in 2018, I say that we were running our program in like a 1990s version. Although as I say that number, that doesn't seem that long ago now that I'm getting older, but she brought us up to the modern era of accounting and has just done incredible things. And the fortunate component of all that is it'll be easy for the next person to pick up and run where she left off, or will be leaving off. And her last day is the end of next week. So we'll wish her well next week. In the annual report, this is, some would consider this a belt and suspenders effort. The state does go through a financial audit of our funding annually. This is in addition to that. It was part of a performance audit that was put in place in the late 1990s just to take a better look at how we operate the construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund. In that, I've chosen to continue to do this effort. To me, it's not a huge expense, and there's some assurance. It checks back on the things that I share with the board routinely every other month, and it's just a good back check. And I have asked that we put it in the board meeting packet more as to memorialize that information and to be able to reflect back in the future back to it. It captures things such as the Chatfield and Animas La Plata investments that we've made over the years, general fund transfers, and the investment revenues that come in from our interest earnings on the loan program. So I think it's just good to put it into the packet. And Lauren, I believe she's online. If the board has any questions about that report, we're happy to answer them. But there was nothing significant to note in those documents. And this is a informational item only.
Thanks, Kirk. Are there any questions? Director Schwartz?
And thank you, Kirk. A good report. They certainly, the qualifications about some of the assumptions between this audit or compliance report and the state audit is there a sufficient overview of our funds and our funding and accountability? Because they seem to not give a full report. So just asking where those two processes interact.
That's a good question, and it seems like that question gets asked every other year or so. This is not a full audit performed, and that is, and maybe Lauren could chime in here, that is performed by the state's auditor annually. And so this one is more to make sure that what we do on top of that audit and the way we account for things as we bridge those fiscal year end issues and how this lines up with the state audit. We do routinely connect the two and make sure that they are referencing the same information. And there is additional oversight on top of both of these, this report and the state audit, as DNR reviews the budget and how expenses are accounted for as well. So yes, it is oversight on top of oversight. So I assure you, we're checking every dollar.
So what is the timing of the state audit?
Oh, good question. I believe it's about the same time frame. Okay. I know the books close in September, October. So if it isn't running right now, it's likely soon.
So we'll hear about it. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Other questions for Kirk? Seeing none, Kirk, how about if we move on to agenda item 6, change to existing loan related to left-hand ditch?
I am going to, Madam Chair, I'm going to do item 5B real
Oh,
quick.
sorry.
About that.
Thank you.
Let's see. I need to share a screen. There we go. I've got too many things pulled up here. All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, Finance Section Chief Kirk Russell, and this is the bi-monthly report to the board of the status of the Construction Fund and Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund. And I'll quickly just highlight a couple items that seem to be showing up at this particular board meeting that might be different than prior board meetings. Those that are unfamiliar with the two programs, the Construction Fund and Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund, are those funds that are used to invest in water project loan projects that the board approves at each meeting. And it also keeps track on a bi-monthly basis where we are relative to what was expected at the start of the fiscal year and where we end. As you can imagine, loans are repaid. Sometimes they're paid early with principal payments. Sometimes we need to increase loans. We come to the board and ask for approvals of new loans. But we also are cognizant of the promises or obligations the board has made to non-reimbursable investments, how we operate. And so this is a summary of that information. And so the document, the spreadsheet you see on your screen, really the construction fund has nothing of significance that is changing. You will notice that this particular board meeting, I think all of our loans that we're requesting of the board to approve, that totaling about $14.6 million, includes a projects bill item for the town of Breckenridge that'll be presented later. But for the most part, everything looks pretty straightforward. I will note that we've had about, well, not in this particular fund, I'll just leave it at that, that we're looking at about $24 million still available for loans out of this program in this fiscal year. And so this November meeting, we're halfway through the year. So a considerable amount of money left in this fund for future loans. You can see the budgeted items down on row 19, 20, 21, and 22, where it's dealing with operational costs and potential project bill items that will also be considered later in this meeting. I will shift over to severance tax and then come back if there are any questions about construction fund. Severance tax, I wanted to highlight a couple items. We have had a considerable amount of principal balances prepaid or paid in full in the last 2 or 3 months. And I'll highlight that, highlighted $24.3 million. Normally that, I'm sorry, it should be highlighted right here. This is what I meant to highlight. Normally this time of year, we're about, I don't know, $6 or $7 million. I think we've had close to $12, $13 million in principal payment paid early, which allows us to do additional loans with those funds. And you can see when you add up how much is available in this fund going forward, we're looking at about $33 million out of this fund available for the next 3 board meetings. Add that to the construction fund, that's close to $60 million available for future loans within this current fiscal year. You can see we started the severance tax in the negative. I think I shared with the board last 2 board meetings that I was not overly concerned about that, although that is a result of the $45.5 million that was transferred to this general fund about 1.5 years ago. We've climbed out of that hole. We're now at a positive $15.4 million, making, and again, most of that is related to the principal prepayments that we've received. The WSRF transfer budgeted item, it may look relatively new. That is an item that will be discussed later as well as it relates to non-reimbursable investments out of the severance tax perpetual base fund, and that's a $3 million item. This is for information only. I would be happy to take any questions now.
Thank you. Are there any questions on item 5B? Director Brown?
Thanks, Kirk. I just had a clarification. So because the loans were paid early, that's showing up in this fiscal year because it as a negative because it was on as a positive last fiscal year. Can you just, sorry, I'm not a financial guru, so will you just give me a
Okay.
little bit of a hint there?
I'd be happy to walk through. I didn't quite follow the question, but let me just slow down and describe. So each year we anticipate a certain amount of P&I, principal and interest and loans to be repaid, and we program that into those projections in column C and D, actually column C in the case of revenue. So this is incoming money that we anticipate for the fiscal year. And so this highlighted number of $26 million traditionally is 16 million that we project out. And so that additional 10 million has already come in this fiscal year into this fund that was unanticipated on our part because we were not thinking they would pay it early. And so it just adds to our opportunity to reinvest that into additional loans.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with the unreserved cash at the beginning.
Correct. That unreserved cash was our starting point back on July 1, and that was, again, a result of the 45 million transfer plus all of the obligations that we already had committed to. So it just pushed us into the hole. It wasn't a significant issue because we knew we would come out by the end of this fiscal year, but as you can see, we're already out of the hole by 15 million.
Thank you for that clarification. My assumption was completely incorrect. So I'm glad that I was able to buy a vowel. Thanks, Kurt.
Great to have the question. Thank you.
Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Kirk. Question about that 45 million transfer. I had written down general fund transfer. Is that something we envision recouping, or how is that being handled? It's just something that we will not see coming back. But given the funds that are available to the state now, do you envision that we'll be able to recoup it?
I wish I could answer that question, Director Schwartz. I continue to send a little note over to the Capitol with that IOU number on it, but it comes back to me. But I certainly would love to recoup that. I don't have any influence or opportunity to predict whether that will be the case. We are just very fortunate, and I always am disappointed when we do lose money to the general fund because I think it is partly a result of managing this program so well, and not going below zero. We like to make sure that we can meet all of our obligations at any moment in time. And so that's what that red number showed, that we weren't going to be able to, not that there was a concern that there was going to be a demand for every dollar that we have promised or contracted all at one time. But anyway, we're just very fortunate at CWCB to do what we do. So I stay with that.
Any other questions? Keep asking, Kirk.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I think we're now ready to move on to agenda item 6, the left-hand ditch loan.
I'm afraid, Cole, before you get started, I'm afraid I can't undo my shared screen. I might need some help from Vivian. I can't figure out how to navigate back to my. I'm sorry, all. I'm gonna.
There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome, Cole.
Hey, there we go. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. For the record, I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is an action item. This is agenda item number 6, water project loan increase request for the Allens Lake Filler Canal Improvements Project. This is being done by the Left Hand Ditch Company, and they're located in Boulder County. Some of the big picture items on this project, it's located in Division 1, just north of Boulder. Again, the title is the Allens Lake Filler Canal Improvements Project. The borrower is the Left Hand Ditch Company, and the requested loan amount is $1,102,650 with the loan fee. So the $1,065,000 on the slide here is the loan amount without the service fee. And this loan request is increase of $300,000 from their current authorization. The loan terms are 30 years at a blended rate of 2.5%. And my contact on this project has been Terry Plummer. He's the superintendent of the company. And I don't believe we have him here with us today, but he did want me to pass along his thanks for considering the increase. So on the next slide here, on the right is a map that shows Allens Lake. It's just off of Highway 36. The filler canal comes in from the southwest side of the lake. And the purpose of this project was to prevent water loss by piping the canal and to stabilize the embankment between the canal and the lake. The original loan approval was in January of 2019. And in January 2020, this board approved an increase of $100,000 to the company to pipe an extra length of the canal that wasn't originally envisioned. And then obviously in March 2020, things got a little crazy. And so this increase represents, to a large extent, higher material costs than they were expecting that they saw during the early months of the pandemic. But also the company did increase the scope of the project a little bit. They did a little bit more work on the embankment than they were originally envisioning. And so all of the work on the project has been completed. So this increase, if approved, will allow us to make a final payment to the project contractor, and then we'll close out the project loan. So the project financials on the next slide are shown here. The entire project cost is $1,065,000, which will be 100% covered by the loan. And with the service fee, again, that's going to be $1,102,650. And we'll be maintaining the term and interest rate where they're at 30 years, 2.5%. The financial ratios indicate that the company is a strong borrower, even with the increase. And the collateral will consist of assessment revenues and the project itself per policy number 5. I've got the staff recommendation here. It's as stated on the front page of the board memo. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of those.
Thank you, Cole. Any questions on staff recommendation? Seeing none, we need a motion to approve.
Chair, I
Director
move
Zapata?
that recommendation for agenda item 6.
Second.
Thank you. Staff recommendation on agenda item 6 has been moved by Director Sakata and seconded, I believe that was Director Brown. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If anyone objects or wishes to abstain, please indicate so in the chat. Seeing none, staff recommendation is approved. Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
And that brings us to our morning break. We are running a few minutes behind schedule. So it is 10:08. Let's take a 12-minute break and come back at 10:20.
The recording
Viola or Vivian, let me know when we're ready to go back on the record.
We're ready.
Okay. You want to start the recording?
This meeting is being recorded.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on agenda item 7, Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. Jojo, welcome.
Good morning, esteemed members of the board. My name is Jojo Law, Endangered Species Policy Specialist, and today I have the privilege of presenting agenda item number 7, an update on the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. And today I'm actually so fortunate to be able to present alongside Mr. Rich Belt, South Platte Water Related Activities Representative. You'll actually hear that acronym a lot today, SPRAP, and he also serves as the Water Resources Team Lead for Xcel Energy. We are joined also today by many, many members of SPRAP who are tuning in and supporting this presentation via the YouTube channel. This item is informational only and no requests are being made today. So today is actually my last presentation at the board, and it's actually my last week at the CWCB. And I wanted to thank you all for the honor of being able to work for you all and serve the endangered species recovery programs. So in celebration of the Platte River Recovery Program and all that the board and the CWCB have done for the program, my presentation today will actually be in the form of a free verse narrative poem. You all knew I had to do something special for my last presentation, but please, for more detailed information on the Platte, please refer to my memo that is included in your packet. So let me try to share my screen. All right, perfect. So here it goes. In 1866, the Platte River in Nebraska was a mile wide and an inch deep. Broad, braided, shallow, and unvegetated, spring floods brought sediment, sandbars. The channel was not very steep. Extensive sandbars and flats, the perfect roosting site for cranes, terns, and plovers, an abundant resting stop for the birds. But time went on and people started moving in. We saw the river start to change. 4,000 canals turned into 7,000. By 1930, change had occurred. Now one of the most highly developed rivers in the US in terms of amount of water stored and diverted compared to the total annual flow. The Platte River Recovery Program was created to allow for water development and to make sure the water would continue to flow. 3 birds and a fish, Colorado took on these threatened and endangered species. We provided some water and paid some fees. We have the cotton ball with legs, the threatened piping plover. They run fast in the sand to get away from predators, the cutest thing you'll ever see. And always will they lay 3 or 4 eggs. These species are doing well. We're building habitat and eliminating predators. Time will only tell. Our most famous charismatic megafauna, the ornate dancing bird, the endangered whooping crane, the loudest bird you've ever heard. They stand out in the crowd, stark white with black wings, the only self-sustaining population left in the world. But they're doing well too. From 48 birds to now over 506. We're releasing water and maintaining the stream for the adult birds and their chicks. And then we have this fierce bird, the recently recovered interior least tern, a black mass and a royal black crown. It can hold its own. Look at the turn, dive bomb, this predator bird. The tern went from endangered to off of the list. We started with 2,000 birds. Now 19,000 birds persist. And of course, you can't forget about this fish, the endangered pallid sturgeon, the dinosaur fish, 80 pounds, 6 feet long. The Missouri River is where they emerge in. We've got a plan and a structure to study all that we possibly can for this fish who likes to stay in the water that is muddy. This is the most successful program I've ever seen. It's effective, efficient, and lean. Over 12,000 acres protected, 114,000 acre feet of water delivered, 3 states in the interior affected. So what does the future hold? We've extended the program for 13 years, and we must keep the program running. We do not owe first increment funding in arrears. Rather, we've committed to additional extension funding. Colorado's funding commitments for the next 13 years is $24.9 million plus inflation. We've already allocated $4.1 million, but we still have a long way to go to make the whole 13-year duration. So now I'll pass it off to Rich Belt. SPRAP has been a key collaborator. I would also be remiss if I didn't also recognize Heartfelt, the Colorado team, Denver and Northern Water, a team that could not have been greater. A special thank you to Don, Deb, Alan, Kevin, Jason, and the crew. You were instrumental in getting the program through. Rich, I'll pass it over to you now.
Thanks, JoJo. That's a tough act to follow. I was going to sing mine, but everybody said I probably shouldn't, so I'll just stick to the talking points. My name is Rich Belt. I'm the Director of Chemistry and Water Resources for Xcel Energy, in addition to being a member of the SPRAP Board of Directors and its treasurer. South Platte RAP was formed in 2007 by South Platte water users to provide streamlined and predictable ESA compliance for water users in both the South and North Platte basins. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service accepts SPRAP membership as demonstration of compliance in lieu of a one-for-one replacement of depletions at the Colorado-Nebraska state line, which is their ordinary standard for compliance. This is invaluable for Colorado water users. It would be prohibitively expensive and practically impossible for South and North Platte water users to construct individual facilities in northeastern Colorado to replace these depletions on a one-for-one basis. There's simply not enough water. The streamlined approval process has been used to satisfy 213 consultations, of which 147 have been in Colorado, including the significant new projects in the South Platte Basin, Gross Reservoir Enlargement, Windy Gap Firming, and Chimney Hollow Reservoir, and NISP. In SPRAP's view, the program is extremely successful, and Colorado's obligations are met through this great partnership between SPRAP, its water user members, and the state. First, the state is primarily responsible for Colorado's financial commitment to the program, but SPRAP is responsible for the water-related obligations. Through its partnership with CPW at Tamarack State Wildlife Area, SPRAP's own Hayborn Recharge Facility, and by leasing excess recharge credits from augmentation plans in the lower South Platte Basin, along with the legal, engineering, and administrative costs associated with operating the program. To this end, SPRAP members have raised approximately $17.9 million to support these efforts between 2007 and 2021. And we anticipate collecting at least an additional $15 million through the remainder of the first increment extension. The other way that we partner together is through joint participation on the various program governance and technical committees. Both the state personnel and water user representatives from SPRAP spend countless hours working to improve the program's outcomes in partnership with other states and federal participants in the program, while keeping a close eye on Colorado's interests. And then finally, SPRAP is governed by an all-volunteer board of directors comprised of its members, and this group spends numerous hours working on SPRAP operations, administration, and program committee participation on behalf of all of our water users. The benefits of partnership are not limited to SPRAP members in the state, though. SPRAP has facilitated a number of additional beneficial partnerships with other groups in the basin, which further extend the benefits of the state partnership and the program. SPRAP has partnered with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on the Tamarack Recharge Project. So in addition to partially fulfilling the program's water obligation, the recharge ponds constructed on the Tamarack State Wildlife Area provide valuable habitat for wildlife and waterfowl during the winter operating months when other habitat resources may be limited. SPRAP has partnered with Ducks Unlimited on other recharge projects, which improve water supplies available to meet project obligations, as well as improve winter waterfowl habitat in the region. SPRAP partners with area agricultural organizations in a couple of ways. First, we partner with augmentation plans to purchase excess recharge credits, which these plans develop. These augmentation plans are owned and operated for the benefit of agricultural well users in the lower basin, and SPRAP lease payments help these plans financially and improve the financial viability of agriculture in the South Platte Basin. And the second way is through direct investment. SPRAP recently invested in the rehabilitation of the Peterson Ditch, funded primarily by a loan secured through the CWCB Water Loan Program. This project improves Peterson's operations generally, benefiting both irrigators and SPRAP members. SPRAP has also contributed funds to the rehabilitation of the Peterson's well field, which improves their winter augmentation operations and the available recharge credits, which SPRAP then uses to meet part of Colorado's water obligation under the program. Streamlined and predictable ESA compliance through the program is critically important to South and North Platte water users and to the state of Colorado as a whole, given the economic importance of the region. South and North Platte water users, along with the state, have made significant financial and in-kind contributions to the success of the program and in support of Colorado's obligations. SPRAP wholeheartedly supports CWCB's efforts to fund a portion of Colorado's financial obligation under the program, and we look forward to continuing to work together with the state and our other partners toward the future success of the recovery program. Thank you very much, and thanks again for the opportunity to address the board on this important topic.
Thank you, Rich. Madam Chair, Rich and I are both happy to take any questions you all may have.
Thank you both. And Jojo, that was amazing. Appreciate your efforts. I see a few hands up. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Jojo. Quite a presentation. That was fantastic. Could you talk a little bit, again, a great job on the program. It's amazing what you guys have been able to accomplish. And I'm glad to see that there's actually real results in helping the endangered species that we're trying to help. In the report, in your written report, as far as the water goals, you had in parentheses 120,000 acre feet, and then there was 130. And I read in the material that you sent me describing that. Could you go into a little bit more detail what the difference is between the 130 and 120 is?
Very great question, Director Sakata, and a very sharp eye. That is a really, really great question. As I think this board knows, the reason why we had to extend the first increment, the first 13 years, as opposed to going into a second increment, is because of one of the reasons was we weren't able to meet our water milestone. As we are well aware in Colorado, water is very difficult to come by, very expensive, and especially as time goes on, water is getting way more expensive in Nebraska as well. And so as a negotiation recommendation supported by the state of Colorado, we negotiated for the extension that the program should at least get to 120,000 acre feet of water and evaluate through science whether or not the last 10,000 acre feet to get us to the full 130,000 would be worth the money. Some of the conversations that happened during that time are, would it be better to spend such a significant amount of money on other management actions such as land or habitat? And so the 120,000 is a really nuance due to kind of finances and really adaptive management, really to kind of congratulate the program on learning and adapting through change. So thank you for noticing that. And I guess one thing that wasn't in my narrative poem was we are doing really well on the water component. With our planned projects, we have a plan to get to 130, almost 130,000. So I think the 120 is less talked about nowadays, but still something in our program extension document. Does that answer your question, Director Sakata?
Yes, thank you very much, Jojo.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Schwartz and then Director Hawkins.
And thank you. Just a quick question. Again, Jojo, you are going to be missed, honestly. Great presentation, and you always bring incredible insights. So quick question, we're bringing forward, is it the allocation of the 24 million? What's the contribution of Nebraska and Wyoming?
Absolutely. I don't think it'd be worth it to reshare my screen, but I can send this last slide to you as well. So Nebraska does not contribute monetarily to the program. They contribute 100% in land and water. And so their contributions are credited via in-kind contributions, if you will. But the land is incredibly important. Of course, in Nebraska, we can't provide as much land, but we in Colorado, one unknown fact, we do own land in Nebraska. So one fun fact there. For Wyoming, their contribution for the extension is $3.1 million. So they have, as you know, a small portion in Nebraska, but they also contribute quite a bit amount of water from the Pathfinder reservoirs. So it is a really great balance that our partners find kind of what we call fair share. And it's a really good balance between money, cash, land, and water. And together it makes the program whole.
Thank you. Perfect.
Director Hawkins, and then we'll go to Director Brown next.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I think it's really helpful to take the board time to get reports like this about the recovery programs. They're very complicated, and I think it's very helpful to understand the intersection of sort of our work at the CWCB and funds and how it contributes and interacts. So I just wanted to thank Rich for coming, and Jojo, just in case you're not here tomorrow. Your presentations have always been incredible. I think this one really took the cake for me, though. But I wanted to acknowledge that it's not just presentations that you do well. Your work for our program has been incredible, and all of the recovery programs. We're going to miss you. Thank you so much for your service to the state.
Director Brown?
Yeah, likewise, Jojo, your poetic nature makes me think of the beginning of Centennial, James Michener's epic novel that begins in the South Platte. And so thank you. And thanks to Rich, same rationale as Celine. It's really useful to hear from partners that are able to utilize these programs that we pay so much attention to and put so much work into. So thanks for joining us today, Rich. Jojo, you'll be missed. I did send Jojo an email letting her know that I think of her as the fish Lorax over here in the Colorado River Basin. So just really appreciate and echo Celine's sentiments that you always give great presentations. You make the information really available to all of us and people that even have less experience in these fields than we do. So just thank you and best of luck and congratulations.
Director Trick?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to echo those comments. thank you so much to JoJo and Rich for presenting today. And this program has been incredibly important to my basin and the North Platte Basin, and just wanted to recognize your excellent work, JoJo, and best wishes to you. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Well, I too want to thank you, JoJo and Rick. This is an incredible program. It does so much good, both for the recovery effort and also for the water users who utilize this for their ESA compliance. It's a much more, I think, both efficient and effective way to go about meeting those compliance obligations, and in doing so in a really meaningful and impactful way. JoJo, I want to wish you well. We will certainly miss you here at CWCB. But frankly, I hope that your move over to CDPHE will help strengthen the relationship and the interaction between the two agencies. Frankly, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for collaboration as we think about the water system, both from a water quantity perspective and also from a water quality perspective over at CDPHE. And while we'll miss seeing you here, I'm excited to have your knowledge and expertise and perspective over at CDPHE.
Thank you so much, Director Brody and the rest of the directors. That was too kind. You guys are making me so sad, but I really appreciate it. And thank you for your time. And thank you to Rich as well for your time for making this presentation. And for all of the SP reps tuning in via YouTube, your support is really appreciated today. So thank you.
Thanks, JoJo. Let's move on to agenda item 8, the 2022 projects bill. Kirk.
Madam Chair, I'm going to request the opportunity to share my screen again. Here we go. All right, very good. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Agenda item 8A and B, we will be talking about the proposed projects bill that'll be up in the session for the next fiscal year. Projects Bill 2022. And I wanted to start off reminding all of those that have not been part of the Finance Committee in the process. Agenda item 8A, and I'll give the overall game plan here. 8A and 8B, the difference between them is when we present projects to the Finance Committee in September each year, we look to the board to see if we can minimize the presentation impact time that the board's, this valuable time that you all donate here to this effort. And there are 10 projects that fell into the category that the board felt could be lumped together and did not require a presentation. That certainly does not eliminate the opportunity to ask questions if they come up. And we hope that section chiefs and staff members will be able to step forward if you do. We did provide the data sheets for each of those 10 projects, and I will run through them real quick just as a reminder of them at a high level. If that's okay with you, Madam Chair, I will jump into the 10 items that are listed here. Actually, before I do that, let me recap. So the applications for these are due each year in August on August 1st. And this has evolved over the years because of the opportunity to get grant funding through WSRF and the Water Plan Grant Program. Originally, all of grants that CWCB approved needed to go through the projects bill. And so things have transitioned a little bit over the years. And the projects that are being presented, some, if not most of them, are program related within CWCB's mission. In September, the Finance Committee reviewed and recommended some of them to be presented to the full board in November and some as a block. And then just a heads up, if for some reason something changes between now and the introduction of the projects bill, the board has another chance in January. Staff may bring something forward. We tend to see maybe some tweaks with the applicant name or maybe some funding amounts or some details that may need to be adjusted at the January meeting. But as the board approves this meeting, it's assumed that it is ready to go and be submitted to the project bill sponsors for inclusion in the project's bill around February, March of next year. Just a reminder of how we get from point A to point B. Each year, the finance section reviews the growth of the construction fund and severance tax perpetual base fund. And we line that up relative to what the cost of construction inflation is so that our buying power of the funds remains the same as as cost of inflation, cost of construction goes up. And so this is somewhat accurate, but somewhat a representation of where we want to be on that slope as we grow. I've used 2015 as a starting point, and how we try to maintain that. I do want to emphasize that 45.5 million, because if I included that, we would not be doing any non-reimbursable investments at all if I were to take that into consideration. So what I do is, since we don't, as the board, control that transfer to the general fund, I say we never had it, although it was making interest money for it. I just ignore that came out of our growth calculation. And so that's why there's no spike in that graph. And so these are the actual numbers that provided for the bottom line there, available for non-reimbursable investments of 13.3 million. We have interest that comes in. We got federal mineral lease that comes in. I take a 10-year average of severance tax, because if I tried to utilize the up and down numbers that come in for severance tax, we would not be able to have non-reimbursables one year and have a whole bunch the next. So I take a 10-year average. Came up with about 57.5 million in new money that came into the fund. That's our investment earnings plus the revenue from FMLA and severance tax. Then I take out the operations and statute refreshes. Ag drought grant of $1 million is in that 3.7, and then the growth of 3.36%. Take those two, subtract them, and that's the available for non-reimbursable investments. The non-reimbursable list that I'm going to show under agenda item 8 totals about 11.1 million. And then the WSRF funding will be the other remaining part of that. Okay, so jumping into the end block item, the data sheets are provided to the board. I don't believe there were any changes from the Finance Committee to this point. Real quick, the Arkansas River DSS program has been, we've been working on that since 2011. It's a total project cost of about $7.5 million, and this is a $500,000 request. A reminder to the current board, when the ArcDSS started, the price tag was obviously too large to fill as a lump sum at the time, and so we elected to try to put together a funding package over the years, and now we're in it by a ways, and this is the additional request of $500,000. Next item is the litigation fund. This is the money that the Attorney General's office utilizes to protect Colorado's water. The AGs prepare a budget in May of each year that identifies how much they need to spend the remainder of the fiscal year, and then they project for what is the current fiscal year's spending. What we like to do is put in the project's bill a request to appropriate $2 million, even though the AGs are only requesting a budget of 1.5. What we end up doing is refreshing that up to 2 million, so that this board always has the availability to the AG's office if they were to come back for some supplemental budget needs over the course of the year. So this just sets aside $2 million for next fiscal year, even though it is likely not to utilize the full 2 million, because they'll only use what they budgeted or requested and then spent.
Chairwoman, can I say something in regards to that?
Please go ahead.
So I just want to kind of call attention to this, and while it is the refresh up to 2 million, I think it's important. This is an especially important piece of our funding, specifically right now, while we're looking towards the future on Colorado River and a litigation, potential litigation fund. So I think that I just want to make sure folks are aware of that. and how important this is. While it is just a refresh and that's all they need for a refresh right now, I think this is one that we have to keep available funds in.
Thank you, Director Mitchell.
So in summary, this item will have $2 million available to the Attorney General's office on July 1st of 2022 to continue to do the great work that they do. Thank you, Director Mitchell. Next item is the Technical Assistance for Federal Cost Sharing, TAPC, we use as an abbreviation. It's a $300,000 request, and we've been funding this several times over the last few years, and I like it because it allows Colorado water providers to access federal money. It puts them in a good position to compete well with other states, and we've been doing some good work with that. Next item is the UCRC, Upper Colorado River Commission 2026 planning effort. Michelle Garrison brought this forward. It's a request for $200,000. It'll help fund necessary modeling and data analysis to support Colorado and the UCRC interstate planning and negotiations efforts along the lines of what Director Mitchell just mentioned as well. The next item is the Water Forecasting Partnership Project. We've been funding this at different levels and on-off years since 2016. The projects are listed in the data sheet: ASO pilot project support, NCAR continuation effort in the Southwest and in the Rio Grande Basin. This request is for $450,000, and I do believe they leverage this money as well. So all for good efforts in forecasting water availability, especially in the Southwest and the Rio Grande. Next item is the Weather Modification Permitting Program. This has been funded many years now, since 2004. The request is consistent with the previous year of $350,000, and we are recommending to continue at that funding level. Satellite Monitoring Maintenance Program is funds that we share with the Division of Water Resources in an effort to maintain and upgrade satellite monitoring. Last year, we asked DWR to take a haircut on this, and I think we dropped them down to $100,000 or $150,000, and they had a little bit remaining, and with the pandemic, they weren't able to get out and about. So it all worked out real well, but we do need to get them back funded to the $380,000 level this year. Next item is the Colorado Mesonet enhancements. This also took the year off last year. Let me just read the bottom of this data sheet to you all. Grant funds will allow continued enhancements of the COAGMET network, improve data and products for water use planning, climate change monitoring, and engagement with a broader audience such as clean energy innovators. Real-time monitoring capabilities will continue to be enhanced to improve severe weather warnings and emergency management applications. And this request for $150,000 is consistent with previous year's requests also. The next item is the Floodplain Risk Management item, formerly known as Map Modernization Risk Map Program, or MapMod for short, we've used in the past. Terry Feed of the flood is the flood map coordinator, and this has been funded at $500,000 annually as far back as I can remember. And this one is a prize effort because it leverages enormous amounts of money, 80-20 cost share with the federal government. They've provided a list of grants that have been utilized in the data sheet over this last fiscal year. Last item is $1 million of funding to the Colorado Water Plan implementation effort. It'll be money that will be utilized to supplement the DD funds that are coming in. The CWCB obviously has an enormous interest in advancing water projects through the Water Plan Grant Program, and so this $1 million will help supplement that funding. And with that, I will open it up to questions if the board has any. And if not, I have a staff recommendation actually that I will put up on the screen when you're ready, Madam Chair. Oops.
Thank you, Kirk. Director Hawkins, I see you have your hand up, and then we'll go to Director Schwartz next.
Thank you. I put it up during the Weather Forecasting Partnerships project to just highlight the importance of that particular project to my basin. That's all.
Thank you. Director Schwartz?
Just a quick question. What was the amount in last year's water plan grant funding in the projects bill?
I'm going to have to get back to you, Director Schwartz.
I can answer that, Kirk.
Oh, thank you, Lauren.
Sure. Yeah, this is Lauren Riss with CWCB staff. Director Schwartz, if you'll recall, last year at this time we were in really a budget crisis as well as a COVID crisis, and we did not put any funding towards water plan grants last year.
Excellent. Thank you.
Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just Kirk, kind of a point of notice, I didn't realize this, but the QuagMet, the weather station projects, was over about 30 years ago. We had one of the first weather stations on our farm. We were in cooperation with Dr. Howard Schwartz at CSU to do a study on integrated pest management. And of course, weather is so important to us farmers that we actually bought the first weather station and installed it there. So if you actually go to the QuagMet website and look at the Fort Lupton station, you'll actually be seeing the weather at one of our farms. But then also it came to my mind and I meant to talk to Brent Chance about this, but with all this remote observation that we're doing, if we couldn't combine some of these, if some of the weather stations couldn't be tied in with some of the measuring devices so that we're not having dual systems in place, but something to might keep in mind and have conversations with as people are developing these systems. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I just want to quickly echo Director Mitchell's comments on the funding for the AG's office. While it might be our goal as Colorado to avoid litigation, I think it is only prudent and responsible to prepare as if we need to go to litigation to protect Colorado's interests in the Colorado River Basin. And I certainly hope that we as a board will support the AG's office with whatever resources they need next year and in future years so that they and their very capable team are well prepared and have our full backing to represent us effectively, whether it's in negotiations, litigation, or otherwise. So Kirk, I think we're ready for your recommendation.
Madam Chair, thank you. I apologize. I thought I had a slide that actually put the language in front of you all. I know that's a preference, but absent of that, I'm going to read the staff recommendation. The staff recommends the board approve all for inclusion in the 2022 projects bill.
Dr. Schwartz. You're muted, Director Schwartz.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff item 8A for staff recommendation. Agenda item 8A for staff recommendation.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
Staff recommendation on agenda item 8A has been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Sakata. Is there any further discussion before we proceed to vote? And seeing none, please indicate in the chat if you object to staff recommendation or wish to abstain. Seeing no objections, staff recommendation on 8A is approved. Let's move on to item 8B. Are we going to take these up individually, Kirk?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Agenda item 8B is there are 3 items that the Finance Committee indicated they would like to hear additional details in a public setting. And these three items are the Reservoir Enlargement Assessment Project for $250,000, the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program for $3.8 million, which will echo the presentation that JoJo just provided under Agenda Item 7, and then the Republican River Compact Compliance Programming Project for $2 million. Each one of these will have a brief presentation for the board, and let me see here. So I'm going to leave this staff recommendation up for Agenda Item 8B1, and Matt Stearns of the finance team and John Hignati. Actually, I think I've got a oh, there it is. They will be providing a presentation to the board now. So Matt, I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Kirk, and thank you to the board. For the record, Matt Stearns, CWCB Finance Section, and I, along with the Dam Safety Branch, will be presenting this agenda item, which is for the Reservoir Enlargement Assessment Project. First off, since this grant request is with Dam Safety, I don't want to pass up an opportunity to say just how much I and the rest of the finance section enjoy working with them, and how much we rely to them. You know, to a person, they are the best of the best, and theirs is not an easy job. You know, being in a regulatory role, they hold the livelihoods of dam owners in their hands to some extent. But they also need to balance that with the lives and the property of the citizens of the state. And in my experience, I just see an entire staff devoted to the ideal of not only identifying safety issues, but working to find solutions. And they're just so talented at that. Related to this agenda item, you may remember Bill McCormick came here earlier this year and highlighted Dam Safety's work to identify some of those solutions using CWCB funding. And looking back, I think it puts a spotlight on the tremendous work that Bill and his staff has done to build what he calls a 21st century dam safety program. And personally, I see those efforts as providing more tools and creative ways to balance safety with costs throughout the state. And this agenda item builds on that work to identify potential for additional storage while balancing that safety and cost factors. Unfortunately, you may have heard that Bill retired last month, and I want to make sure that I express just how big of a loss that is, not only for the Division of Water Resources, but also for the finance section. I can't say enough about how much I appreciate Bill and all that he's brought to the table. So from the finance section, I think CWCB as a whole, we're going to miss him, but glad he's not going too far. So with that loss comes opportunity, and I get the pleasure of introducing the new Dam Safety Chief, John Hignati, to all of you. And John, like the rest of his staff, is a talented and devoted public servant, and I know he'll do a great job filling in the hole left with Bill's departure. And personally, I look forward to continuing important work with him and that remarkable staff. So in the immediate future, though, I look forward to working with him on this grant application. And so I'll go ahead and turn it over to him at this point. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the really nice introduction, Matt, and board members. Thanks for letting me present to you this morning. My name is John Hignati. I'm the new state chief for the Dam Safety Branch. Stepping in for Bill. I've worked with the program for 12 years as a dam safety engineer, 10 years before that as a design engineer for a consulting firm working on dams. So my career in life is dams. So presenting this to you, as Matt indicated, you know, as the Dam Safety Branch, we are responsible for the safety of dams in Colorado. From our inundation mapping efforts over the years, we can show that over 2.1 million Coloradans live within the dam failure inundation zones below our high hazard dams, which of about it changes right now. We're at about 435 high hazard dams today. So how do we accomplish that? How do we keep these dams safe, right? We can never say that they can't fail, but how do we do our best to prevent that from happening?
So we have to look at how do dams historically fail. We look at what is a static loading condition, like on a sunny day, how does the dam respond to that behavior? What's going on inside the dam, right? The other thing we have to look at is the hydrologic loading. What happens when it rains? Does that rain that comes down, do we pass it safely around our spillway and not overtop and erode our dam? So historically, for 50 years, the just dam safety in general across the nation used a somewhat outdated methodology to assess how much rain is possible on a given basin. So in that outdated methodology has been questioned, particularly in the high elevations of Colorado, to say, are we accurately sizing spillways to pass that rainfall? So Kirk and his team have supported Bill in previous efforts on coming up with a better and more modern way to assess that rainfall potential. And that is what has been called the Colorado-New Mexico REPS, Regional Extreme Precipitation Study. So that has come up with a more modern way to assess how much rain can fall on the basin above a given dam and reservoir system. And also at the same time, we have been progressing with better understanding of how does that rainfall percolate into the ground below and become runoff. I'm sorry to get I'm not going to be too more engineering-y here, right? I'll keep it high level. So what does all this mean? So we've been doing all this work, but so maybe there's potential that maybe some of our existing spillways at dams don't need to be as big as we've thought all these years. So this project that we're looking at is going to be able to look at this more modern approach to hydrology and see if the spillway can be raised, thus raising the water surface level in the reservoir, obviously therefore giving a bigger reservoir volume. This is something that could be done for all of our high hazard dams, and we would start in the state with a statewide approach to look at the largest reservoir storage delta from the spillway crest to the dam crest, and with the largest populations at risk below the dams within each water division is kind of our first approach. So having said that, though, we don't want to just go and do this evaluation and tell an owner, oh, well, you're good to raise your dam, right? Because as an engineer, you can't just put a load on a structure without understanding how that structure is going to respond, right? So the other element of our process is where we write down the word comprehensive dam safety evaluation. So we will also be looking at a risk assessment to say, how will the dam respond to that potential additional load that it can take? And that'll allow us to, as dam safety branch, to be able to uniformly say to an engineer or an owner that how will you be able to raise the dam and what other modifications may or may not be needed at the structure of the dam. And it allows them to pursue these opportunities for raising, designing, permitting on the structure. Because if we say it's not even possible, then there's no point in even going down that path. As a side note, in 2019, we have done these kind of projects as a pilot project. One project that sticks out in my mind is up at Boyd Lake State Park, which is the dam is managed by FRICO. And this process, we were able to get them a 0.7 foot raise in their spillway, which sounds kind of silly when we're talking about it, right? But over a big surface area, that got them 1,500 acre feet. And that 0.7 foot raise, through our evaluation, they had to do no other structural improvements to the dam. I mean, more or less, they put a 2x12 across the spillway. I mean, I'm joking, but they didn't have to do significant spillway improvements to make this storage capacity increase. As a side note, the one thing that I would tell you we are also trying to do is leverage this grant opportunity against federal funding resources that we have trying to leverage. We're working with our partners through the state Homeland Security, which feeds us to the federal hazard mitigation grant program, where they would take this $250,000 and they would match $750,000 to do this on more dams in the state. Hopefully that's gives you a little feel of how we're trying to approach this. And I guess I would open it up for any questions or comments from Matt, Kirk, and anybody on the board.
Thank you both. Are there any questions before we formally hear staff recommendation? Director Schwartz.
And thank you. And also, I do have a question, and welcome aboard. Look forward to your work out here. Quick question, and I think it also dovetails with your presentation earlier, Director Gibbs, relative to your energy management and innovation opportunity within DNR. I think that we're missing a bet by not also evaluating the role of hydro and the application of hydro when we're looking at any kind of reservoir capacity expansion or existing reservoirs. You look at those, you look at that picture in our agenda of the Rio Grande Reservoir. You know, that was a conversation when that funding was put forward, that this is a great opportunity for some hydro generation. So it's I think, an underdeveloped resource in Colorado, and I don't know how appropriate it is to put it into your comprehensive funding or dovetail it with other inquiries that we might be able to evaluate where our hydro opportunities are going forward, especially with new dam structures or capacity expansion.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's certainly something that we could at least include some consideration for. The other thing I would mention, just to make it fully aware, anytime a dam is connected to a hydroelectric facility, it is automatically regulated also by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And so some of these projects that we've been working with, Chimney Hollow, Gross is the approval. We're getting ready to approve the drawings for that project to raise that significant amount, I'm sure you're aware. And FERC has been greatly involved on that project. And I will just say that their process is not free. When you consider that needs to be part of the cost consideration, is meeting FERC requirements. I'll just leave it at that.
We know we can do it. It's not insurmountable, but I think the long-term benefit is there. You know, we see other projects that have gotten approval. So let's just bring that into the conversation. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Director Schwartz. We'll go to Director Dutton and then Director Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, thanks for attending our meeting. Nice to digitally meet you. I look forward to meeting you in person, and congrats on the new job. Super excited to have you aboard. I just wanted to comment that, you know, I am really excited about this work and think that this is exactly what we should be doing. It's really, it kind of seems so obvious that, that it's like, why wouldn't we support it? But as we're talking about, you know, a future where we have to really make every drop of water count, these incremental improvements in storage and you know, the capacities across the state, I think are going to be huge and going to add up in opportunities for us to, you know, have better water administration and opportunities for us to really meet multiple needs. So thank you for this presentation, and I think it's great.
Awesome. Thank you.
Director Brown, did you have a question or comment?
My comment was just that I hope that FERC, by including a hydropower study as a portion of this, it just concerns me that we would be spending unnecessary funds from this request on that type of project, and when they're really two separate issues, even though obviously they are connected. And I think Director Schwartz brings up a good point there, but I would love to see this get off the ground and get the dam safety boost we need without having it held up by federal processes or unnecessary studies in the hydropower realm.
Thank you, Director Brown. Director Schwartz, I see your hand is up. Did you have another question or comment?
Well, just in response to that, thank you very much. But it wasn't to peel off, resources. I've supported evaluating our storage capacity and opportunities for a long time. So I just think that we've lost sight of this ability to capture energy off of our water resources. So I'm just putting it out there as to be considered at some point in time. I'm not making a recommendation to move any of these dollars or get into a federal process, knowing fully well that's another black hole. So thank you and appreciate your feedback on that.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to welcome John to the state team, and we look forward to working with you. And the dam safety has been a critical issue, and I think we have a good relationship, and I think we can make some really big movement across the state. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You have a tough job ahead of you, but it's critically important. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, welcome again, and thank you both for that information. And staff recommendation is up on the screen. Is there anything, Kurt or John or Matt, you wanted to add regarding the recommendation? Okay, then I think we're ready for a motion regarding staff recommendation on item 8B1.
So moved. Staff recommendation for 8B1.
Okay, staff recommendation has been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Director Schwartz. Is there any further discussion among the board before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, please indicate in the chat if you wish to object or abstain regarding the staff recommendation. Seeing none, staff recommendation on 8B1 is approved. Thank you all. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's move on to 8B2, Platte River Recovery.
Thank you. Kirk Russell again, Finance Section Chief. 8B2 is the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. And as indicated in agenda item 7, very, very important program. And I think JoJo is still available if there are any questions. I don't, obviously that one was a summary and a overview of the progress that has been made. And it did include the references to how much that project will need to be funded by the state. I think the numbers I'm pulling out of the memo, 13 years of about $25 million worth of cash funding. Last year, I know JoJo approached the leadership at CWCB indicating that there was a need coming for this. And obviously last year was not a year that we were going to be able to fund it. So we asked her to put together a budget, and I would expect this program to look to CWCB to receive around a $2 million funding need throughout this next few years. And so anyway, this 3.8 million, the request I think is for 2 years of funding support in the event that we are not able to fund it in a particular year, giving us a little bit of buffer. So with that, I don't know that there is a need for any additional presentation, but I'm certainly open to questions, and hopefully JoJo's available as well to answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions on item 8B2? Director Trick?
Yes, thank you. If there were no questions, I would like to make the motion to approve staff recommendation on item 8B2.
Thank you, Director Trick, and staff recommendation is up on our screen. Do we have a second? Director Sakata? So staff recommendation on item 8B2, Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. has been moved by Director Trick and seconded by Director Sakata. Is there any further discussion among the board before we proceed to vote? And seeing none, please indicate in the chat if you wish to object or abstain on this item. Seeing no objection, staff recommendation is approved. Thank you. And last but not least is 8B3, Republican River Compact Compliance Program.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to take a moment to give kudos to Viola. When we pull together the agenda, it can be a mosh of different needs and demands. And I was the high maintenance one this particular board meeting because we were lining up, as an example, JoJo's presentation on her update and the following items dealing with WSRF. And so we're trying to fit all these different pieces of the puzzle together in an order. And she's a trooper, and I want to thank her and recognize her in front of the board for her efforts to make this so efficient for you all. So good work, Viola. All right, agenda item 8B. I put my name as the board memo on this. This is the same item that was presented at the Finance Committee meeting, and I want to acknowledge that Lauren Riss and Alex Funk, who departed us to a different job since the Finance Committee, pulled this together. And we have as presenters on this members of the Republican district as well. But as a summary of this or introduction of this actual request includes the Division of Water Resources, and it's funding that will help provide matching cash incentives to producers to reduce irrigation and facilitate land retirement within the South Fork of the Republican River and assist the state in meeting ongoing compact obligations. And more kudos. I've worked with the Republican district over many years in my career with CWCB, and I know they are always grateful for the assistance that CWCB has provided. We provided a $60 million loan back in, I want to say 2009, 2010. And they've just been strong in their efforts to try to get Colorado back into compact compliance. If awarded, the district will utilize this for the compact obligations as outlined in the resolution and subsequent amendment approved by the Republican River Compact Administration. And so with that brief introduction, I would like to offer the microphone to Deb Daniel, the district manager, and I'm not sure if she had anybody joining her. Deb, I will pull up your PowerPoint presentation as you get your microphone opened up here.
Thank you, Kirk. Can you hear me?
Very good. And Rod, good to see you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kirk, and the CWCB board for offering us this opportunity to speak with you today regarding the $2 million non-reimbursable request by the Republican River District. As Kirk mentioned, Rod Lenz, my board president, is with me today, and also our legal counsel, Pete Ampey, is on the Zoom meeting today with you. My name is Deb Daniel. I'm the general manager of the Republican River District. In 2004, the district was created by the Colorado legislature to assist the state in complying with the Republican River Compact with Kansas and Nebraska. In creating the RRWCD, the state of Colorado sought to require the cooperation of the local residents in the basin to resolve the problems of complying with this interstate compact. In order to gather funds to try to address compact compliance, starting in 2005, the district imposed an annual assessment on all irrigated land, municipalities, and any water storage facilities. That fee assessment has been $14.50 per acre. And yesterday, during our quarterly board meeting, the board voted to increase that fee more than double to $30 an irrigated acre, which will certainly be burdensome to the irrigators. As some of you may know, in 2008, the district received a CWCB loan to purchase 62 groundwater rights, together with a right to dry up 10,000 irrigated acres so the water could be used in replacing depletions to the North Fork Republican. And in 2011 and 12, the district built a 12-mile, 42-inch pipeline that delivers up to 62 acre-feet of water to the North Fork Republican. In 2021, the district will deliver 9,500 acre-feet of water to the North Fork Republican for compact compliance. All of this is paid by the irrigators. Kirk, would you take the next slide, please?
I want to thank you as well, the CWCB, for allowing us to present today. So with regards to the pipeline, it is imperative that we receive 100% credit in order to stay in compact compliance. In 2016, the state of Colorado signed a resolution that obligated, in order to get that 100% credit, that we would have to retire another 25,000 acres along the South Fork of the Republican. And on this second slide, if you look at the highlighted blue area, that is the area that we call the South Fork Focus Zone. And that is the area that is under scrutiny right now. In order to obtain that compliance, we need to retire an additional 1/3 of those wells, or 30% of the wells that are in that blue area. And that really creates a challenge for us. So in order to do that, we have to retire 10,000 acres by 2024 and an additional 15,000 acres by 2029. Now, if you'll notice a large number of commercial wells, or the irrigation wells in that whole basin, those wells represent $2.2 billion of economic activity for the state. And so if we fail to obtain the additional retired acres in that blue zone, all the wells in this entire basin are subject to potential curtailment. So with that on the table, RWCD went to work and said, okay, how are we going to obtain these 10,000 acres by 2024 and the 25,000 acres by 2029? We did financial modeling. We went out to the growers in this area as well as the whole basin and did meetings with all 8 groundwater management districts. We did public informational meetings. We came back and we said, okay, what's it going to take to get these people to voluntarily give up their water rights in order to meet this obligation? And so we came up with 3 different programs, and I'm going to let Deb talk about them really briefly. And I think they're fairly unique. We're all trying to co-op with federal funds.
Right. Thank you, Ron. So the district, when it was first created, was able to get a contract with FSA to receive federal funds through a program called CREP. This is where you take irrigated property, and in the state of Colorado, in the Republican River CREP, you have to permanently retire your irrigated acres, which is a huge ask, especially in this blue shaded area that Rod had mentioned to you. Initially, we had this CREP program back in 2006, and we were able to retire over 20,000 acres in this area. Now, because of this resolution that Rod spoke of, we have to retire an additional 25,000 acres out of that area, because primarily the state of Kansas wants to see flow on this river, because this is the only tributary that flows into Kansas. So we have a CREP program where you have to put it to native grass. We also have an EQIP program that you can dryland farm. This program's through the agency of NRCS. And the board decided this year that we need to increase our payments for those programs to try and entice more energy and more interest in retiring those wells. It's a big struggle because this is really good farm ground, and a lot of young farmers have come back and they want to raise their families, but we're held to this. So it's been a struggle, but we have had quite a bit more interest in these programs because the Republican River District has stepped forward and said, we've got to spend more money here.
Next slide, Kurt. So Republican River is very proud of the fact that we are largely self-funded. We are obligated to some loans, CWCB being one of them, but we have not asked for a whole lot of grants. And if you can look at the screen that you have, the slide you have in front of you right now, our conservation programs, our cost of those programs has been almost $16 million. We've purchased surface water rights and leased groundwater to the tune of over $68 million. We purchased groundwater rights over $3 million. the compact compliance pipeline is the loan that you guys provided for us. We have a $60 million overall obligation for that. So to date, we've obligated over $142 million user-funded dollars. And so it's not that we're not afraid to finance the things we need. In order to accomplish this next challenge of the 25,000 acres, our financial modeling has come up with it's going to cost us about $65 million. Well, if we go far enough into the future, we can user fund that too, but we've got a distinct problem in, and Deb mentioned that we doubled our fee, over doubled our fee just yesterday, finally approved it. But by the time we can see any revenue stream from that, it's going to be 2.5 years down the road by the time we notify, bill, approve, and assess. And so we've got this gigantic hole, and we call it the bridge money hole, that we need to come up with dollars to be able to get us to the next level of self-funding. And I think that's really what we're talking about here, is that we need some bridge money to get us to that next user-funded area. I want to remind everybody that we've been, I'll say, burdened with complying to the Interstate Compact that we didn't agree to. No, we didn't sign off on. We benefited from it for sure, but we're trying to do our best to stay in compact compliance. And we've come to a place right now where we kind of need a little bit of a help. Slide 4.
Yep, next slide, please. So we ask that you strongly consider providing the Republican River District the financial assistance we need to continue to comply with the Republican River Compact. By providing these funds, it will assist our endeavors in permanently retiring these acres so that the state engineer will not be required to order curtailment of all the wells that are at the heart of some of the most ag productive land in our state. Please help us to keep our communities vibrant and strong.
Thank you so much for that presentation and explanation. Are there any questions for staff or for Rod and Deb? Director Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just make one comment after Ms. Daniels and Mr. Lynn's presentation. I would just like to state my appreciation for their effort and the staff's effort on this. And if I could say that in my role as state engineer and commissioner on the Republican River Compact, I've had discussions with the commissioner from Kansas and chief engineer from Kansas, both informally and formally at compact administration meetings. And Kansas would like to be sure that we haven't forgotten about this obligation and the importance of it. They're very clear about that. So this is very real and the time frame is very short. The Republican River Water Conservation District has gone through so much work. They're so diligent about this, but so many things are stacked against them. And I want to recognize that and say that we really can't overstate the urgency of this situation. The folks at the district are correct. I have sent letters as a reminder, and the district is very aware of this anyway, that the situation is very serious. And if we don't meet this obligation, then we risk compliance with a compact, which comes with its financial implications as well as the potential for large-scale curtailment of wells in the Republican River Basin. Thank you for allowing me to just make that statement.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Director Brown?
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. Would you mind going back to the slide that had the figure, the money figures? Thank you. So the total cost, the $142 million plus the $65 billion. I know this is an oversimplification, but is it fair to say that that amount of money, $200 million, is all that you could, sorry, full disclosure, I'm recovering from COVID and my brain is a little bit all over the place these days. And I'm doing some quick math too, which is always dangerous. So $200 million for the 25,000 acres is about approximately $8,000 per acre. I mean, is that a fair?
You go ahead,
Not really.
I'll try.
Okay.
Thank you for asking, Director Brown. So the expenses that you see in the upper left, those are expenses for several different things that the district has done up to date to get the state into compliance. It's the pipeline, it's purchasing groundwater rights, it's purchasing surface water rights and the conservation programs. So that's an item all on its own of 142 million. The 65 million is what we project it's going to cost the district to try and get our 25,000 acres retired in that area. So they're actually kind of, to me, two standalone type.
Oh yeah, it's the 142, Director Brown, is what we spent to date on all kinds of programs throughout the basin. And the compact compliance pipeline is part of that. Totally unassociated with that is this 65 million. That's the number we mashed out from all of our modeling that it would take to get the growers to give up their water rights. And that runs, depending on how you model it, around, let's say, $3,500 an acre.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a little better, a little more reasonable, I'd say.
Well, but all of the work that you've done, I mean, it all adds up to the compact compliance, which is what I'm, I guess, ultimately getting at, especially as we consider demand management. This seems very demand management-y to me, just in a different basin with a different name. So I appreciate you clarifying that for me. Thank you. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this agenda item? Seeing none, I think
I have
we're
a
ready.
question.
Dr. Felt, thank you.
Yeah, I curious if you can quantify. I mean, you're retiring 25,000 acres. Some of that is irrigated with surface water, some with wells, sounds like.
Actually, it's all, Director Felt, it's all with groundwater wells. We have very little surface water right here.
Okay.
And then in the South Fork, it's all groundwater wells.
Okay. I was surprised that someone mentioned surface water a minute ago, so I thought maybe that was a part of this equation. But do you know, do you have a sense of how much conserved consumptive use this will achieve? And I'm following up on Director Brown's comments because we've been just really struggling internally as a state with how we deal with compact issues on the Colorado. And I'm sure that this is a much smaller and geographically simpler equation, but it seems like you've figured this out pretty well. And I'm just wondering what the scale is in terms of acre feet of water.
I'm gonna address your surface concern, and then I'm gonna let Rod answer your second question. So the mention of surface water, Director Felt, was because we have purchased surface water rights, and most of those were inactive for years. Very little, if hardly any, land is irrigated with surface water in the Northern High Plains Basin. So that's where you heard the surface water rights. These are probably very old and mostly inactive. Some of them, were put to some very minimal uses. But by purchasing all those surface water rights, we're keeping that water in the stream. So that way it's not being used, and we're able to get as much what I call wet water down to the gauge as possible.
Director Felt, thank you for that question. As far as the consumptive use, the resolution itself dictates that we retire acres. So while we're not talking about water, we know that water will come with it. It depends on who signs up, what kind of well they sign up, and how much consumptive use will go with it. But the resolution, it says you will retire acres. And so that's why we're focusing on the acres, and the consumptive use is a variable that's kind of secondary.
Well, then a follow-up question, if I could, Madam Chair, would just be that are wells generally there, or wells that are not participating in this program or considering that, are they capped in terms of their pumping capacity? Or, is there some mechanism to make sure that people don't shift to other crops that are more water intensive and and sort of take advantage of maybe additional groundwater that's conserved.
Director Felt, if I may, when you go into one of these conservation programs, that's a permanent retirement of your well. So the water right is actually canceled. The wells have to be either abandoned, or we do have the ability to apply to have those wells downsized and apply for a domestic or stock water right for those wells through the Division of Water Resources. So they will not be irrigating those acres once they go into a conservation program. That's a permanent retirement, cancellation of those irrigated water rights.
Well, my question was more the folks that don't participate in the program. Are they capped at their current usage, or are they able to pump more water because more water might be available over time due to the conservation efforts that you're making?
Well, I guess your potential is correct, that if the water levels return to a higher level and they were in that same proximity and they wanted to use a higher water use crop, they could. We don't see a lot of recharge in that area, so I don't think you're going to see wells that are going to improve very much. In addition to that, we are actively working with our groundwater management districts to pursue conservation programs within each groundwater management district. So besides just the 25,000 acres, we've got activities going on trying to encourage, entice, and incentivize the groundwater management districts to put additional limitations from a conservation standpoint.
Thank you.
Any other, Peter Amp?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I might, I'm Peter Ampey from Hill and Robbins, Counsel for the District. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Lenz's response, if I might.
Sure.
In the High Plains, we of course have permits for wells, so they are limited to certain acres, and many of those also have flow limitations. So even if aquifer conditions improve, we won't see expanded acres and thus expanded consumptive use. And State Engineer Ryan can of course expand on that if he'd like to.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair,
Please
sorry, if you'll recognize me, I'm only coming in to fill the void. I think Mr. Ampey, with what Mr. Lenz said and Mr. Ampey, that's adequate.
Thank you. Director Dutton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rod and Deb, I just want to thank you guys for coming and joining us and walking us through what is clearly a very complicated problem and solution. And I want to commend you guys because, you know, you're doing the hard work and there's nothing fun about it, but it's totally necessary. And this is the reality for those of us that are living in areas where our water use has outpaced our water supply. And so, you know, you guys you've got a lot on your shoulders. And so I just really appreciate you continuing to be leaders in your community and trying to help your area have a path forward so that you can have sustainable agriculture, but get into balance with your supply. It's pretty tough work. And so I commend you for keeping moving on it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Seeing no other questions or comments, I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Madam Chair, I just want to give credit to Deb and Rod for this. They've been wonderful to work with in this very difficult situation that the basin's in. And I can't help but you get these warm, fuzzy feelings when you see pictures like this. You know, we talk about money, we talk about water and competition for water, and then you get pictures like this where you get looks like a basketball team and some kids in a school and cows. You gotta love cows. It brings it all home. And just thank you for your efforts in the district, and we wish you the best. All right, the staff recommendation is as written in the board memo, and it's on the screen now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kirk. Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move staff recommendation for agenda item 8B.
And just to clarify, that's 8B3?
Yes, thank you.
All right, staff recommendation on item 8B3 has been moved by Director Sakata and seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, please indicate in the chat if you wish to object or abstain on this item. And seeing no objections, staff recommendation on 8B3 is approved. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We are now on agenda item 9, WSRF changes. And before I hand it over to Russ, I understand that there was a question raised about the notice. And let me invite Lauren and Becky to address that. And Jen, Mealy, I'll put you on notice. We might need you to weigh in on this one.
Yeah, I due to some technical issues, we didn't get this one posted until yesterday, and I just feel like with the weight of this and the significance of this issue that it is appropriate to kind of push this off until the last thing tomorrow. And so I would suggest, I know that we missed the window of changing the agenda, but I would suggest that we change that this to be agenda items both 9 and 10, since they're dependent on each other, to the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay, well, the board does, at least it's my understanding, reserve the right to move things around on our schedule. We're not taking it off the agenda. We're just delaying consideration of it until tomorrow. Lauren or Jen, is there anything you want to add?
Not on my end. I think, it's just to be extra careful. The statute requires the board to provide full and timely notice. And while that's not defined, this is a significant agenda item, and we just want to make sure that everyone has had a chance who's interested to take a look at it.
Any questions from the board? Director Hawkins?
I'm just noting my support for delaying this until tomorrow. I'd like to check in with a couple of folks in my basin to make sure they've reviewed it.
Okay. And Jen, as our legal advisor, let me turn to you. Do we need a motion to move this agenda item to tomorrow? Or can we?
Sorry, I think that's a good idea since the agenda's been approved. I think we should have a motion. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Director Hawkins.
I would move to delay agenda items 9 and 10 until the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay. And Director Brown, are you raising your hand a second?
Yes.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we move agenda items 9 and 10 and take them up at the end of our agenda tomorrow. Is there any further discussion by the board? And seeing none, if you wish to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing no objection, that motion is approved, and we will take up agenda items 9 and 10 at the end of our business tomorrow afternoon. Let me ask Director Mitchell, I know agenda item 11 is a longer agenda item, so I'm wondering if we should go ahead and take our lunch break a little bit early, and then we'll come back and take up agenda item 11 after the lunch break.
I think that that's perfect. And that's one of the benefits of all remote, is that we have a little bit of flexibility of when we break and how long we break for. That isn't revolving around food delivery.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. So we had planned a 45-minute lunch break just to try to keep us on track. Why don't we plan to come back at 12:30 today, which gives us just about a little over 40 minutes for lunch. And we'll see you all back at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch break and visual break from screens. We are on to agenda item 11, water project loans. Rachel, are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff, and I will be talking about agenda item 11B, the ditch piping and rehabilitation project for the Root and Ratliff Ditch Company. Next slide, please. Thank you. This project is located in Division 7 in the Southwest Basin. The loan amount requested is $303,000. Loan term is 30 years at 1.10%. My primary contact has been Mr. Wayne Epic, who is the Secretary Treasurer for the Root and Ratliff Ditch Company. Also joining us today on our Zoom meeting is Mr. Tom Weaver, who's also a board member with the Root and Ratliff Ditch Company. Next slide. This pipeline project serves to reduce salinity concentration and also improves the ditch operational efficiency. This project is primarily funded by the Bureau of Reclamation in the amount of $3.6 million. This CWCB loan request will provide for unexpected project cost increases, as well as help ensure successful completion of this pipeline project. The project is currently under construction, and most of the heavy construction is actually anticipated to be complete by the end of this year. The overall project completion is anticipated in the spring of 2022. What you can see here in the large aerial image is the town of Mancos for kind of your proximity, get your bearings, and the Root and Ratliff Ditch headgate is the diversion structure is just east of the town of Mancos off the Mancos River, and that's identified in the more heavy bright red line. The pipeline alignment is the red line. The Root and Ratliff Ditch Company, or the Root and Ratliff Ditch, is the blue lines there. That's a little bit more faint, a little harder to see. The overall pipeline is about 5.5 miles long. The photos you see on the left are the diversion structure, the pipe storage and staging area, a section of pipe that had just been placed in the trench. And then the last photo there is the regraded and contoured ground where the pipe had just recently been buried. The collateral for this project will be a pledge of the assessment revenues and the Root and Ratliff diversion structure itself. I would like to ask Wayne and Tom to unmute. And at this time, we'd like to take any questions that you might have about the project.
Thank you, Rachel. Before we take questions, I do want to give the applicant an opportunity if you all would like to address the board, and please introduce yourselves for the record.
Now can you hear us?
Now we can.
Okay. We don't have much talent when it comes to running this computer, but we can figure it out eventually.
All right.
I'm Tom Weaver.
And I'm Wayne Epic.
And we're just, we appreciate the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. And the sun's shining here and the weather's warm and it's a good day.
Well, that's excellent. Thank you for taking some time out of your day to be here with us virtually. Are there any questions from the board for either CWCB staff or for the applicant? And seeing none, is there anything further you want to present on the recommendation, Rachel?
The recommendation is as written.
Okay, thank you.
There is a slide. There should be a slide, maybe.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Hawkins.
I just wanted to thank the company for all the diligent work on this. I know it's been in the works for quite some time, so thanks for your participation today as well. And with that, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 11B.
We need a second. Thank you, Director Felt. Staff recommendation on item 11B has been moved by Director Hawkins and seconded by Director Felt. Is there any further discussion before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, if you wish to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing none, this item is approved. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to agenda item 11C, Town of Breckenridge Goose Pasture Tarn Dam Rehabilitation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Nicole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 11C, water project loan request for the Goose Pasture Tarn Dam Rehabilitation Project. This is coming to us from the town of Breckenridge in Summit County. This project's in Division 5. Again, the title is the Goose Pasture Tarn Dam Rehabilitation Project. The borrower is the town of Breckenridge, and their requested loan amount is $13,130,000. The loan terms are 30 years at the municipal high interest rate of 2%. And my contacts in preparing the board memo have been Laura Lynch, the town's water division manager, and Kristen Brownson. She's the assistant public works director. And we have both of them online to address you and answer any questions at the end of the presentation. On the next slide here, I've got a couple photos just to give you a sense of the project. The Goose Pasture Tarn Dam is located on the Blue River, 2 miles upstream of Breckenridge. It's 57 feet high. It was built in 1965. And in 2015, the Colorado Dam Safety Branch imposed a reservoir storage restriction on the dam. They identified some issues related to seepage and the stability of the service spillway. And in this picture, the service spillway is the one on the left. And the town has since collaborated closely with the Dam Safety Branch to develop a remediation project, and the branch has approved that project. And essentially, they'll demolish both the service spillway and the emergency spillway next to it, fill any voids, and replace both spillways with a single one capable of passing flood flows. And that work began early this year. The second photo on this screen is some of the work on the upstream side of the dam from when I was out to the site a couple weeks ago. And it's expected that the project will continue into 2023. And so for the project financials, the entire project cost is estimated to be $23 million, which will be covered from two sources. The first is a grant from FEMA for $10 million, and that grant has already been secured, and it was drawn on for the work completed this year. That grant funding should carry the town of Breckenridge through the middle to end of next year, by which time this loan, if it's approved, would be available to fund the work through the project completion. The financial ratios indicate that the town is an average borrower, and collateral will consist of revenues backed by a rate covenant and annual financial reporting per policy number 5. Lastly, I've got staff recommendation on the final slide. It's as stated on the front page of the board memo. And just as a reminder, since this request is over $10 million, the recommendation isn't to approve the loan, but to include it in the project bill for approval by the General Assembly. So with that, I can answer any questions you have, or Kristen and Laura are available as well.
Thank you, Cole. And I do want to invite the applicant, if you're interested, to join us on mic and address the board.
Hi, I'm Kristen Brownson with the town of Breckenridge, and I know Laura's on the line here too. But we just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to fund this project. Like Cole said, we finished our first year of construction and looking forward to a great second and third year of construction coming up. So we really appreciate you partnering with us.
Thanks for joining us today. Are there any questions for Cole or for the applicant? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Cole and Christine, for coming today. Appreciate it. On the financial ratios, Cole, I saw your footnote as far as the debt per tap was weak, and it makes sense because some of the taps could be, covering quite a few people. But how does that relate then to the average monthly water bill? I thought that would have been higher too if those taps were for a large group of people. I thought the average tap bill would be high. So can you provide me some insight there?
Yeah. Let me grab that table up. So for any of the board members who didn't look at the footnotes as closely as Director Sakata, because the town of Breckenridge has a couple really big water users, they have fewer taps than would ordinarily be the case for a town their size, so that debt per tap ratio is weaker than it would ordinarily be for another town because they've got the ski resort there mostly. And so I added a footnote on that one. And then on the average monthly water bill, I didn't add a footnote to that. That was a tougher one to do because the town has a stepped water bill setup for the different commercial users and residential users and by the different sizes. So I've got an average there, but that makes quite a few assumptions as well.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Any other questions? Well, seeing none, we need a motion. Oh, sorry, Director Schwartz. I can't, you're muted.
I apologize. I'd like to make a motion on the staff recommendation if there's no further discussion.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. And we need a second. Thank you, Director Sakata. Staff recommendation on agenda item 11C has been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Sakata. Is there any further discussion among the board? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If anyone wishes to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing none, staff recommendation is approved. Thank you all, and good luck with your project. All right, let's move on to 11D, Trinchera Groundwater Management Subdistrict Augmentation Pipeline. Rachel?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Rachel Pittenger, CWCB staff. This project is agenda item 11D, augmentation pipeline for the groundwater management subdistrict of the Trinchera Water Conservancy District. Next slide. Thank you. This project is located in Division 3 in the Rio Grande Basin, and the loan amount requested is $986,770. Loan terms 30 years at 1.40%. My primary contact on this project has been Mr. Monty Smith, who is the president of the Trinchera Water Conservancy District. Also joining us today is John Justice, who's the attorney for the subdistrict, as well as Mr. Jason Lorenz, who is the engineer for the subdistrict. Next slide. The subdistrict plans to use the historical consumptive use from the irrigation of 9 unconfined aquifer wells and supply augmentation water to the proposed 5.5-mile pipeline and ultimately the Rio Grande. So the subdistrict has 174 wells, and all of them are within the confined and the unconfined aquifers. The 9 wells are identified below in green on this figure here, and those are part of this project. The blue line is the interconnectivity. There is some existing interconnectivity between all of the wells, and that's how this project will work. Is these wells are going to be connected kind of like in a manifold setting, and then one single conduit, as you can see here on the figure, as identified in the red, will be piped to the river. The construction is anticipated to begin March of 2022. The pledge, the collateral for this is a pledge of revenues backed by a rate covenant. And I just realized I didn't explain my other 3 photos, so I'm just going to throw those in there real quick. The far right photo is a picture taken from the center pivot, just to give you a little lay of the land. The middle photo is taken also from a different center pivot, but kind of in the alignment of the proposed pipeline, that 5.5-mile straightaway in the direction of the river. And then the last photo on the left is the approximate location of where the pipeline will outlet into the Rio Grande. So at this time, I'd like to ask the sub-district representatives to unmute, and we can address any questions that the board or others may have.
Thank you. Rachel, does the applicant wish to, or the applicants wish to address the board?
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, this is Monty Smith. I'm president of the Trinchera Water Conservancy District, as well as the groundwater sub-district of the Trinchera. And I would just like to very much thank the board for your consideration of our loan application. And I'd just like to say at this time that approval of this loan will greatly allow a small community to continue to do what we know and love. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for joining us today. Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And thank you, Monty, for being with us. Just a quick question. So I see the loan compensates for the project costs. I wasn't particularly clear on how one of these, if these circles are being dried up, and what kind of compensation for the landowners is available if this land's being taken out of production.
Okay, so essentially, we, as part of our groundwater management plan, we're faced with a need to reduce groundwater consumption, as I'm sure many of you are aware, through the rules and regulations of the state engineer. And so we, in our sub-district plan, we have an allocation process where we allocate a certain amount of groundwater that, based on a groundwater metric that our engineering team has developed, we can decide from year to year how much water we can afford to pump out of our aquifer on that year to maintain a sustainable aquifer. And so therefore, there is a certain amount of just, I guess you'd say, natural reduction of pumping. And on this particular farm, the landowner that owns these wells and these circles, he has his groundwater allocation, and those are the circles that he has chosen to dry up to supply water for this. In addition, there are other unconfined aquifer wells of which the consumptive use can be used through this, put through this pipeline as well. We've had discussions with the Division of Water Resources on how we can do that. And so that I hope I did a decent job of explaining that. But there is no monetary compensation at this time. However, if our groundwater level comes up to a point where our allocation or our curtailment drops way off, at that point, then we will do a compensation to landowners that are willing to dry it and to supply water through this pipeline.
Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is as written.
Director Dunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monty, thanks for being here, and thanks for bringing your team with you. This is another example of people working really hard to balance water use with water supply, and I just want the board to leave with the understanding and the recognition that the Trinchera Groundwater Management Subdistrict they've taken really aggressive action, and the work that Monty's talking about, where they've developed this schedule showing what the water supplies are, and then how much the water users get to use in that year. It's pretty impressive. And it's just a great example of these guys realizing that they have to make some pretty hard choices, but by working together and doing that, they get to continue farming. So it's a pretty great project. And with that with that added commentary, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 11D.
We need a second. Director Felt. Staff recommendation has been moved by Director Dutton and seconded by Director Felt. If you wish to object or abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing no objections, staff recommendation is approved. All right. That brings us to agenda item 12, Bear Creek Lake.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Eric Sky, CWCB staff. I am going to share my screen here real quick. I'll be presenting agenda item 12, the Bear Creek Lake Reallocation Project. We really wanted to bring this up to you all today as an informational item, as the reallocation feasibility study has begun progressing again after a little suspension in October 2019. So today I'm going to be talking about the two main aspects of this project, and that's the feasibility study itself and then a potential water rights application. So just to give a little bit of a geography lesson here, Bear Creek Lake is located on the western side of the city of Lakewood. It is between Highway C470 and 285. It was originally authorized 1968 under the Flood Control Act, along with Chatfield and Cherry Creek as a flood mitigation dam. And that has been its primary purpose since construction. So as the dam exists, these are the different pools behind Bear Creek Lake. As they're authorized, you can see that right now we're only allowed to store 1,758 acre feet for multi-purpose. And CWCB does have 2 storage rights that we're allowed to store in this pool. And the only authorized purposes are for wildlife, fish, and recreation. So any potential reallocation would occur in this exclusive flood control pool right there above the multi-purpose. So a little bit of the timeline. Bear Creek Dam was completed in 1977 and has just been acting as a flood mitigation dam ever since, with that little bit of storage space that we have at the very bottom there. It wasn't until May of 2015 that the Army Corps of Engineers completed a reconnaissance study and approached CWCB staff. In this reconnaissance study, they showed that there is a potential to reallocate up to 20,000 acre feet of space within that exclusive flood pool from the previous slide for water supply. So being in the throes of drafting Colorado's water plan and just finishing up the Chatfield mitigation project or Chatfield reallocation project, we came to the board, and in November of 2015, the board approved $2.5 million to partner with the Army Corps of Engineers on a feasibility study. So while we were working with the Corps on kind of executing that cost share agreement, we had this idea that maybe CWCB should also apply for a water right, assuming 20,000 acre foot is the final number. We went to the board, and in March of 2016, the CWCB board declared its intent to appropriate a 20,000 acre foot storage right in Bear Creek Lake. And they also directed staff to go and find potential stakeholders and begin the engineering process for that. And I'll get to that a little bit later. So August of 2019 is when things really started to kick off. CWCB and the Corps of Engineers finally were able to execute the cost share agreement. And the final price tag for that ended up being $3 million. So $1.5 million coming from CWCB, $1.5 million from the Army Corps of Engineers. We put together a little scoping team consisting of the Colorado Water Conservation Board, DWR staff, Army Corps of Engineers, City of Lakewood, and the Bear Creek Watershed Association. And we had our first scoping meeting in October of 2019. And this was really intended to take a first crack at what alternatives could be looked at in the feasibility study. Well, at that meeting, a couple of issues came to light. First, the Army Corps needed to conduct a quantitative risk assessment in order to make sure that it would actually be safe for the Corps to study a reallocation. Excuse me. And the second issue was with their hydrology. So then Dam Safety Lead Bill McCormick and John, if you're still listening, I'm going to be giving you a call and getting you back on the team here because we definitely need State Engineer's Office dam safety support. But Bill noticed that this methodology that they used was a little outdated and a little too conservative. And so what was happening was they did an inflow design flood in 2015 that showed as the dam exists without a reallocation, they didn't meet their own freeboard requirement. So CWCB staff put a pause on the study until the Army Corps could conduct their risk assessment and show that it was in fact safe for them to move forward with a reallocation feasibility study, and to give the State Engineer's Office the opportunity to work with the Corps on updating their hydrology. So between October 2019 and June of 2021, the Army Corps was able to complete their risk assessment. They determined that they could in fact move forward with a reallocation study and it wasn't going to cause any concern as far as increased risk. And the State Engineer's Office was able to come to an agreement on updated methodologies for the hydrology moving forward. That being said, DWR did advise CWCB that we should move forward cautiously because while we were able to come to an agreement on the hydrology, it still doesn't fully take into account our more updated methods, particularly a REPS New Mexico Colorado joint study that our dam safety group has been using recently. So June 2021, CWCB resumed the study, and we had our second iteration of the scoping team meeting in August of 2021. And then October 14th, we had our first public meeting. And those two last dates are what I'm going to focus on here. So the proposed study alternatives that were talked about at both that scoping team and the public scoping meeting, there were 5 overall study alternatives that are going to be investigated. So first off, of course, is going to be our no change alternative. The second is going to be increasing reservoir capacity and normal operating pool, and this will be primarily through structural changes. They're going to be investigating raising the dam, changing the spillway, either raising that or lowering it. They're going to look at excavating the reservoir to increase the current pool and excavating some forebays upstream. So that second alternative is really structural modifications. The third alternative, reallocation of existing capacity, doesn't look at these, it looks at the dam as it exists right now and reallocating the space as it is. So they're looking at 3 different levels: 20,000 acre foot reallocation, a 10,000 acre foot reallocation, and a 5,000 acre foot reallocation. And those 3 different levels were agreed upon between City of Lakewood's Parks and Rec staff, Army Corps of Engineers, and CWCB in that scoping team meeting. And it was really based on recreational aspects within the park. So the fourth alternative would be operational changes. So again, that would go back to the structural modifications earlier with raising the dam, lowering the spillway, things of that nature, and modifying the water control plan to potentially release more water. The final alternative being investigated would be non-structural, and that would be looking at downstream of the dam, what could be done there to potentially decrease consequences of a dam failure. So those are the 5 alternatives that were presented at the public scoping meeting. There were over 200 attendees. Most of them were residents of City of Lakewood and the surrounding area. There were a couple of folks who were in favor of the study. However, most of the public comment was in opposition of the study. And citing reasons for this were recreational impacts and environmental impacts. And that's with any increase in water elevation. And those are valid concerns. This map shows you what the potential full reallocation of 20,000 acre feet would look like in comparison to the 2013 flood and the 2015 flood. So all these gray lines all throughout is park recreational infrastructure. So those are your trails, those are your roads. So the folks that are using this park every day have a very valid concern about recreation and environmental impacts with a full reallocation. And so those are things that definitely need to be thoroughly investigated in this feasibility study and in a mitigation plan moving forward. So here's the timeline of the whole reallocation feasibility study. We are currently in year 2 of the 3-month scoping at the very front there. we're very in the beginning phases of this. So we're in that first little scoping section, and we haven't even reached the alternatives milestone yet. So CWCB anticipates this alternatives milestone to occur sometime before the end of this calendar year. That'll be an internal meeting between the Army Corps of Engineers and CWCB to look at preliminary analysis on those alternatives that we talked about. And then from there, we've got another 2.5 years, 3 years of study. So the Corps' plan is to complete this study within 3 years. Now, throughout that entire process, public comment will be accepted. Public comment is going through the Army Corps of Engineers, and they're going to be accepting public comment up until the Washington level review. So that's going to be roughly 2.5 years where we'll be accepting and incorporating public comment into the feasibility study. So let's talk about that second aspect of the Bear Creek Lake project, the water rights aspect. So after that 2016 intent to appropriate, the board directed staff to go out and do a little bit of preliminary engineering and try and find some stakeholders. So we hired Brown and Caldwell to do an unconstrained yield analysis. And so their unconstrained yield analysis did show that on average, there would be 20,000 acre feet available for additional storage. We also looked at potential exchanges for any downstream partners. One of the surprising things, because one of the issues with Bear Creek Reservoir before was the water quality, but our friends at the Bear Creek Watershed Association have been doing very great work because this initial look actually showed that Bear Creek Reservoir had a little bit better water quality than similar reservoirs such as Cherry Creek. Now, we did go out with that information and we found some potential stakeholders here. As these pools currently stand, we're looking at a grand total of 16,900 acre feet accounted for in a potential new right. Most of these partners would be interested in this new 20,000 acre foot right from the CWCB. Foothills Parks and Rec does want to be a partner in the project. However, they're only bringing their own water right. So with these new partners on board, we worked with Brown and Caldwell a little bit more, and we did an operational analysis. So this is just a general overall look of how these different water rights would interact within the pool, how the storage would actually look with them operating. I do not have their specific operations here. There were some partners that did not want that on the public record at the moment, since this would be a legal application. So this is just a general look at everybody's rights, including our own and the current pool as it exists. This analysis showed that 14 years out of the 30 in the study period, the reservoir would actually reach that full junior right. It would fill it and potentially refill it. So that's not too bad. Another great thing, another thing that this operational analysis showed was that there's a yield ratio of about 4.9 to 1 for this reallocated space. So for every 5 acre feet of storage space that they have, they could assume that they would get 1 acre foot per year actually delivered. And then we also saw that there would be a yearly water level fluctuation of around 10 feet. And the reason I brought that up is that was also a concern brought up at the October public meeting. There's concerns about what the fluctuation would look like and how that would have impact to the recreational value of the park. Just a word of warning, and I will probably say this every time I bring this up, all of these values are preliminary and subject to change. And I say that based on what happened with Chatfield. So throughout the 40 years of that project, partners were coming in, partners were going out. So these are all preliminary based on what's happening today. So our next immediate steps, we've got that alternatives milestone meeting with the Corps, and that's taken an initial look at their preliminary analysis of those 5 alternatives, see if there's anything that can be cut out immediately without spending any more money, see if there's anything that they need to investigate further. CWCB needs to work with the Army Corps of Engineers to amend the cost share agreement. We have to update our timeline. Our contract with them actually ends this June. So once we have an updated timeline from the Corps, I'll be working with them to update things on our end as well. And as far as the water rights application goes, we need to continue to work with the Attorney General's office and with stakeholders in order to make sure that everything is up to snuff legally. So that was a heck of a lot of information packed into a short little amount of time. But with that, I will take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that update, Eric. Are there questions? I have a couple. Let me start with one, and then it looked like Director Sakata might be putting up his hand. So the first question I had, you mentioned that you've gathered some feedback from stakeholders, and I'm curious how you're kind of taking account of that feedback, and what, if anything, you're considering doing through the evaluation process in response to the public comments that you've heard.
Yeah, so with the public comments, really I'm pushing the Corps to really take into consideration those recreational and environmental values. So one of the huge things was a lot of the folks on that public meeting didn't see how there would be any opportunity to replace some of that riparian habitat that could potentially be inundated. So I'm working with the Corps to make sure that they really take all of that into account and put it into the feasibility study, because I personally don't see how the reallocation could move forward if we can't mitigate for those environmental impacts and if we can't mitigate for the recreational and quality of life impacts.
Thank you for that. Director Sakata, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I had this similar question. Eric, I thought you and Chris, I listened to the recording. Thanks for that link to listen to the recording. You guys did a great job of hanging in there through. It was an awful long session with a lot of public comments. And so I think the public outreach is going to be important. Do you have a specific website dedicated to this effort at all?
We do have a page on CWCB's website. So it's cwcb.colorado.gov/supply/storage projects.
Great, thanks.
And actually, I'm glad that you did bring up the public outreach, Director Sakata, because one thing that I also realized after that public meeting was we need to do better about that. So I'm working with the Army Corps of Engineers and City of Lakewood's park staff to come up with some informational signs that they're going to post all around the park about what the project is, what the project isn't. And then I'm going to use those signs as well to post the next public meeting. Because no one's that's out and about is really looking at CWCB's Twitter. I hate to say it, but that's the truth.
Great. And I do think that is really important. And the earlier you can get that input, the more opportunity the study team will have to figure out ways to address concerns and mitigate any impacts that are identified. So are there other questions or comments for Eric? Eric, the other question I had was about water quality. I'm guessing that's probably not a focus of this study, but I know that there have been questions and concerns about water quality in Bear Creek, and I'm wondering if that's something that will in some way be part of this analysis, or if that's a completely separate issue.
Yes, so there will be a deeper dive into water quality. Oh, never mind, I can't screen share at the moment. I'll send out a little fact sheet that Brown Caldwell put together. I did send it out in the May of 2019 board meeting when I brought this before. But yes, water quality is going to be a large aspect of the feasibility study. And the Bear Creek Watershed Association on our scoping team is in charge of maintaining the water quality at the reservoir and keeping it up to standard. So that's why they're on the scoping team, is they're the ones who are really doing the work with water quality.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, can I jump in with a comment on the water rights aspect of the application?
Sure, please do. Thank you.
We did, the board did appropriate a water storage right for Bear Creek, but that is something that my colleagues and I still continue to think about is how do we get a water storage right for Bear Creek Lake? We're thinking about what the Chatfield model is. Chatfield has a statute that granted board authority to, manage the space in Chatfield and not the water rights. And so we're thinking about both aspects here. We've got authority to think about, and we've got speculation to think about in terms of who exactly the water court applicant will be. So we are really still working through those issues for this project. It's hard to decide when to really get the ball rolling when we're still at the feasibility stage. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Director Schwartz?
Thank you. Having been around handling that statute, I would just say that you want to address as many of these concerns and issues that are arising prior to going to the legislature, because it's really and having as much of this resolved as possible before, if that were to be a next step. So.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Any other questions or comments? Director Felt?
Yeah, this is not going to be a very well-formed question, but when I feel like, we're kind of, given our statewide situation, I mean, we're really in need of more storage in almost everywhere. And situations like this seem really opportune as opposed to something totally new. And I guess I just wonder, with these scoping sessions and feasibility studies, are you just sort of like presenting some ideas and then just kind of getting walloped by the crowd? Or do you have leadership either from the basin or from CWCB leadership that's sort of maybe showing up and advocating, I guess, for why we would want to do this? And then, yeah, we want to mitigate everything we can, but that, we're doing a feasibility study because there's a real need. It's not just sort of something we could think about. We're doing it because we really need to explore it and assuming we can mitigate most impacts, let's say, that would be reason to move forward. I'm just kind of wondering what the tone is, or what the stance is from the agency when dealing with the public. And I do know how hard this kind of stuff is, but still, we're here to do a job.
Yeah, I think I can give a shot at answering your question. That is me, for better or worse. And my stance has always been that the question absolutely needs to be answered. And exactly what you said, Director Feld, we're in a situation where storage is absolutely going to be critical. So it just would kind of be, I don't know, to me, a failure of my own job to not try and answer this question of whether or not this reservoir can be used as storage. And that's something that I try and communicate at all of these public meetings. The October 14th was the first public meeting that we had. However, I have been receiving calls from residents throughout the process. And there's even a Safe Bear Creek Lake Park website. And I've met with their website developer, actually, and expressed the very same thing. We're facing a massive water gap, and we need to figure out ways to try and bridge that. And this is just one piece of the puzzle, and we need to answer this question.
Great. Thank you, Eric.
I'll in Eric's defense, I'll just say this is hard. And I'll talk briefly about Gross Reservoir tomorrow and where we are, but even when on balance, in the greater scheme of things, there's a public good and there's a good reason to do a project, there's always going to be folks, particularly in the immediate vicinity of a project, who are concerned about near-term and long-term impacts to a resource that they love. And I've also seen this in my role at the city, doing, frankly, really important stormwater mitigation projects that nonetheless had opposition. And even Chatfield faced lawsuits and got through it. But we're always, I think, going to face some opposition on significant public infrastructure projects that are, this impactful. Of course, we want to try to listen and learn from that input and feedback and see what we can do to allay those concerns. But I don't know that it's ever really possible to satisfy everyone when you're doing any type of major project, particularly if it's in a populated area. So, Eric, keep up the good work and let us know what we can do to provide support and leadership.
Well, thank you. And I just also want to thank the internal folks on the team too. Lauren Riss is just fantastic to work with. She's great. Just amazing leadership. We've got Andrew Rickert on the team. He's a huge help. We've got Jen Mealy with the Attorney General's office. We've got a great team. And so, yeah, just wanted to thank them for their hard work.
Thank you. All right, anything else on this before we move on? All right, let's move to agenda item 13, Colorado Water Plan Update. Russ.
Good to see you all. Russ Sand, CWCB staff for the record. And let me just get my screen sharing going. And Vivian, if you can give me permission. There it is, awesome. And then I was asked for, well, I can see everybody. Can I get a thumbs up if you can see my slides? Thanks. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for having me today. We had a false start at first, but at least I get to do this presentation, and then I'll see you all for what I'm sure will be a little bit of a long day tomorrow, but I think that was a good call. So thanks for discussing that. For now, I wanted to touch base on where we're at with the water plan update and just kind of give you a nod to where we're headed and where we've been, where we've headed, and what we're kind of teeing up for next steps, especially with regards to the board. I always show this just because I think it's been helpful, especially in public meetings, to remind folks that our comments on the water plan have been continuous probably since the first water plan came out. And as soon as the first water plan came out, we started immediately working on updating what at the time was SWASI, or now the analysis and technical update to the water plan. And of course, the tech update, the BIP updates, the basin implementation plans, which have just gone out, and I'm going to talk about that in a second for public comment. We got some good feedback there. And then the water plan, the comprehensive update of the plan itself, are all kind of three pieces of a whole. And so I wanted to just take a quick moment before I dive into where we're at with the water plan to kind of talk about a few of these other tangential items that we're working on. So one, as I teed up, the basin implementation plans, appreciate everybody that made comments. We didn't get maybe a ton. Some basins even did press releases. I want to say thanks to the Southwest who did a special press release. I'm not sure that we saw numbers come in from that. We got a fair amount of comments across the state, but largely some of the bigger deep dive comments, the environmental community kind of rolled up into a larger chunk. So we got through a few emails, between the survey that we put online and the emails that we got, probably about 40 emails worth of comments, roughly. Probably about half the comments came from roundtable members and half were general public. And then some of those emails, because they contain this larger roll up, contain, in total, we probably have about 300 comments on the BIPs to kind of sort through and deliver back to the roundtables. And as we've said from the beginning, slightly different process than when we do the water plan update itself, where I think we'll be taking each of those comments, responding to them, and talking about how we treated them. With the roundtables, we've kind of teed up that if there's a substantive comment of an edit there that makes sense, or something the roundtable wants to dig into, we'll certainly work with them to do that. But for the comments that are kind of a larger point that's being made, they may just be served up for food for thought for the roundtable to consider either in a future leg of work or even in the future updates to the BIPs themselves. So we're on track to finalize everything with regards to the BIPs in January. And just again, huge appreciation to the roundtables who've worked so hard on this process. I was talking with a few chairs. I think we had an all chairs meeting the other day, and I think a few of them commented that they were going to be happy to have this piece behind them. So I know it's been a lot of work, and just want to say thank you. Another thing that I know you are all probably have seen or are excited to see, hopefully, is the project database that we just put out. So we kind of released it as a beta test. This is actually another kind of multi-phased effort, but the grant and loan portal, which you heard Director Mitchell talk about, the same group is the ones that designed our project database. And then they're actually helping us, just as a FYI, with a revamp of the House Bill 1051 database, which is our municipal conservation reporting database. So that is, those projects are all moving forward kind of at the same time. And this was the first one out of the chutes. We wanted to get it out at the same time that we did the BIP public comment period. The two things that are really neat here is, one, for the first time ever, rather than all the identified projects that the basins have sorted through of living in their own spreadsheets and not being super transparent, or even something that CWCB maybe had full ownership of. Now you can go and you can see all the projects that the basins identified. You can sort by basin, or you can look at all of them. You can see, kind of did a translation of how the level of readiness, which is something we were trying to get at through the tiering. We've really just replaced that with, is it ready now, like in a 1 year time frame? Is it ready in the next 2, 3, 5 years, or is it 10 years out or even farther? So there's kind of a ready, near term, midterm, and long term. So all that project data is there. You can kind of dig in and see even a deeper data set of the data that we got from the basins. There's a lot of caveats on that. It certainly doesn't incorporate every project under the sun. There's a lot, especially in water quality, that aren't there, the things that might be funded through private investment. There could be projects that just never made it on the list. So what I think it represents, though, is a massive leap forward and better project data than we've ever had before. And again, could not have done this without the roundtables. This was, I would argue, probably the biggest lift. It was the first thing we focused on, and it was the thing that the roundtables continued to work on through the entire process. So huge lift, that's there. The other piece of this is the first screen you get to, you can actually click on basin identified projects, or you can click on CWCB funded projects. So for the CWCB funded projects, you're now going to be able to go in and see anything that we either historically funded at CWCB or is in an active funding state. And I think that solves one kind of elegantly for the basin roundtables who have sometimes had concerns of things going through water plan and they don't know or aren't aware or what's happening in their basin. Provides an easy way to get that data out. So again, this is a big leap forward in terms of not just having good quality data, but also in transparency and accessibility. Also want to let you guys know that we are in the process at CWCB. We just released a few weeks back a statewide water awareness survey. There was aspects of this that were captured from a 2013 survey that we did with BBC. They're the same consultant that's doing this new leg of this effort. But it basically gives us kind of a better understanding of what the public awareness is around water. There's questions in there about how much people would pay for water. There are questions about, how they feel about drought or their level of concern for water across the state. So we get a lot of good information out of this. It's a pretty big lift. We'll get over 1,200 folks across the state. They broke it out into regions that tracked with the 2013 survey that we did. I'm not 100% sure of the rationale that went into 2013 of why those regions were selected. But in this new phase of work, we wanted to try to match that, because being able to compare the delta of how the data has changed. So when we're talking about public perceptions of how that might have changed over time is going to be something that's really important. And so matching the same kind of regional breakout was important. But as you can see in this kind of chart here, that there's a way to kind of back end what that means for roundtables. So we'll be able to get all this data. I'm trying to see if potentially this could be a presentation at Water Congress in January, but really excited to have this moving forward. The other neat thing about this is it's available in both Spanish and English, which we really push for. And I want to, give a shout out to Elizabeth Scoder on my team, who's really worked hard. She's our new kind of community outreach and equity specialist on our team, who's really been just hitting the ground running and helping us think through a lot of things. So that's a big step forward in and of itself. But this is a great tool that we're going to be able to use and have some data that will help us even inform the water plan. Another thing, busy as ever, just feel like every day, I think I said this the other day to someone who asked me, but I feel like every day I'm trying to get back to just working on water plan stuff, and there's a million other things that we're all doing, I know, but this has been another legacy piece of the BIP update that was one of the most exciting things to dig into, and it's just turned out to be kind of one of the longest things to work on. We've had a lot of great input from folks across the state in forest health, in our basins. Folks from DNR, Chris Sturm on our team, Angela Bogue, who was mentioned earlier, just really great, thoughtful input into here. And this is in part some of these items are things that we touched on when we did one of our water plan workshops. I think back in the March timeframe on forest health. But this white paper is finally out there. It's kind of broken into these 10 big takeaways that kind of help lead the path forward. And there's that final section on ideas that can inform roundtable work and the water plan update itself. So all of these things that I've just mentioned are all things that you can get through and link on Engage CWCB. And we're actively trying to get out there and share these. I know Angela Bogue has been working to share this document specifically, just came out yesterday with Colorado Forest and Water Alliance, as well as the Water Health Investment Partnership. And I'm certainly trying to get that out to roundtables as well. So another big effort that's wrapped up. And with that, a little focus on the water plan. One thing that we've been thinking a lot about, and it's a simple question, but I was giving a presentation and we were doing a little bit of a dry run, and they said, well, what do you think you're going to talk about? I said, well, talk about X, Y, and Z. And they said, well, you might want to just start with what is a water plan? And it was actually a refreshing perspective, because it made me realize, and I think we all inherently know this, but the water plan is doing a lot of things at one time. On one hand, it is this shared vision for Colorado. It was billed as Colorado's water plan. Of course, that's true. And we say a lot of things in there about the state will do X or Y. So it sets this larger stage for collaboration and resilience. It helps shine a light on these critical state water issues. At the same time, it is a strategy or a framework for CWCB. And so part of the challenge, I think, in thinking about this update and really carving out a path forward for how we do this update in a more streamlined fashion moving forward is really thinking about that and honoring that the both of those things can happen at once and being very clear about how we do that. So one of the ways that we're thinking about that is how we frame up actions, and I will kind of walk you through how we're thinking about that in a second. But just as a pause, as a reminder, we did a lot of work initially before we started digging into this update, as I know you know. I just will highlight it again here just to make the point that we intentionally interrupted our process to get a lot of public input. We're not starting from scratch. We have the original water plan. We have now all the great work in the BIPs. We have the technical update. Collectively, we've got 3,000 pages that we're trying to crunch into a much smaller document. And so we're in that process of drafting. And I promise you, it is going to take every ounce of time we have to get to June 30th with a draft document that we feel good about releasing to the public. That public comment period is going to go for 90 days. So from June 30th to September 30th. And I will just kind of say now, if there are things that are on your mind of, events or something that you would like us at, please be thinking about that and get in touch with us. We are, obviously already talking with the chairs about reserving time on the agendas, even this far out for roundtable meetings. We'll have some probably public listening sessions in each of the areas on the water plan. But there's a lot to do, and we presented it to the legislature, and of course, always welcome any events they would like to see us at, or if they want to attend any events too. So we'll be working to get a calendar out as we get closer to this rollout period. And then after that, it'll be about taking all those edits and making them. That's going to be a ton of work. If we get another 30,000 comments, that will be an exceptional amount of work to get to the end of the year when we think we'll have a draft out. And I just will frame up that unless we the board, if you decide that you would like to have a special meeting, it probably means formal adoption and approval at the January 23 meeting. But that's the timeline that we're on. So we've been talking as we've gone about, and I will just kind of go through these quickly because I know you've seen them, but just again, as a reminder, really trying to be intentional about creating that line of sight, using plain language, trying to make this document increasingly accessible, simple to understand and read, action focused, not just as a point of equity or really trying to get things on people to read something, but even just towards the point of roundtable turnover or to trying to engage students. Having a simpler, easy to understand document that people can see themselves in is really critical to us. So we're really building on those foundational kind of values in the water plan. That additional value, I would always argue, is really based in our experience, our shared experience of drought and fire in this state, which certainly we've been reliving these last few years. But those collectively really inform the water plan itself and how we go about things. So framed up more simply than the wheel of things, which you're kind of seeing on the bottom, those original, all those objective areas, those are critical. They have to be a part of the plan. They absolutely are a part of it. But taking a breath to just restructure a little more simply into the 4 buckets of vibrant communities, so all things municipal, industrial, robust agriculture, thriving watersheds, really kind of taking the moment to break out environment, recreation, watershed health, and forest health, and then resilient planning. And resilient planning is almost the people aspect of this, but thinking about climate adaptation, public outreach and education and awareness, smart government, the things that we do around funding, or things like lean permitting processes that we've been involved with before would go in here. And then increasingly EDI issues, equity, diversity, and inclusivity. So all of these things and these kind of cross-cutting themes on the bottom, and many more that probably aren't there, that aren't called out explicitly, like equity or like water quality, or things that we're thinking about as we write this document. And of course, the deepest work is the background piece. And so that's kind of where we're starting with this, is getting into that. So again, not only the original water plan, you've probably seen this framed up as a volume 2, volume 1 before, and maybe just taking a little bit of time to realize that increasingly to keep a document living, making things online where we can point to the latest and greatest research is the way that we do that. So that historic context of the original water plan kind of materials and the latest documents that we want to point to will probably live online while we create this shorter actionable strategy, which will also be online, but that's probably the piece we would print. This is the same process that we took with the tech update, and we only actually printed out the executive summary for that. And of course, anybody can choose their own adventure and take a deeper dive, but we actually never even got requests to have a bigger printout, and that was good, because that was many thousand pages in total. So, or at least 1,200 pages in total, I should say. So let me talk about this actionable strategy. Real quick, 100 pages is the part that we're working on first. The first 100 are really the summary of the water plan, the tech update, the BIPs, it's the context setting. The next 50 pages are what's new and why is it important? What are those kind of emerging themes? And then the last 50 pages, that's where the rubber hits the road. And that's the part we're really looking forward to the workshop with you guys to help us think through, or what are we going to do about it? What are the actions that we're going to build? And we've talked to you before about, this process of framing up a shorter document. Is it possible? We've seen other states do it, like California, where they have kind of translated their water plan into more of a risk and resilience portfolio. It's about 140 pages. There's a lot of good ideas there and other planning. We're also looking to the resilience world and some of those documents. But all of this kind of guides us to thinking about what is an action in the plan. And so we've talked to you before, but one of the things we hope to revisit at the workshop too is this concept of sideboards, making sure that we're kind of explicit about saying, it's an action if it's something that CWCB can control or at least have significant influence over. It has to be something that we can achieve by 2030. So in the next 8 years, when we see that next update, coming due. So it's got to be time limited, I guess is a way to say it, and it's got to be CWCB directed. It can't speak for other agencies, but we can absolutely embrace them as partners, and we're trying to do that. One thing that I think we've heard as a bit of feedback is not to sign somebody else up for an unfunded mandate. And of course, that doesn't work. I think that was some of the criticism in the original plan, is we said we were going to do some things that might have signed up other people for work that they weren't on board to do. So we're trying to go about that on the front end now and get some buy-in. I know that was an effort before, and we're trying to kind of double down on that now. So not everything can be done in 50 years. And again, looking to that resilience space and looking at other strategies. One thing I've always liked, and this is an example of a Boulder resilience strategy, but they did the same thing: context, actions, and then they call out this extra space for the things that they don't know how they're going to do, but they know are so important to get done. They maybe have a longer horizon. And for this document, at least, they called those frontiers. And we're thinking very similarly in the water plan update, is that we know we're going to have these things. So if we have our discrete actions, maybe the 50 things that we're going to get done as CWCB, over the next 8 years, we know there's other things that are kind of looking farther out that we have to achieve. And I think that we heard one of those things here, but just to frame up, horizons are, we know we have to get there by the planning horizon. Right now, that's 2050, and future updates, that could be 2060 or 2065. We don't know exactly how we're going to get there, but we know we have to start the conversation. And we know maybe CWCB can't do it alone. And this board talked back in July about a concept I'm just calling transformative landscape change as maybe one example that we could think about in this space. the solutions around what we need to do as a state for landscape change are multifaceted. They have significant consequences. There's a lot of ideas that are floating out there, and in some cases we may not have the best research, or we need to bring some people together to think about it. One of the ideas that's been floated is having a landscape irrigation certification program. That may be the best thing. It's certainly not the only thing that we should be thinking about, but have we explored that idea enough? Does it have unintended consequences? Anytime you're creating a certification program, somebody's got to manage that. There's a cost. Thinking about the ROI of these things, breaking out, under this category, this bucket of transformative landscape change. What does that look like? What does that mean? What are we talking about? There's so many aspects of this when we think about making sure that we're not losing tree canopy. If you're removing turf, what are you replacing it with? Making sure that that's not more water intensive. Impacts to heat island and green spaces, making sure that we're being respective of stormwater issues, and making sure that we're not eliminating the protections for water quality as we're trying to also conserve water. Equity issues. There's many aspects of this. So some of these things are not things that we can likely put a fine point on and solve in the water plan update, but they're the direction that we know we need to head. And maybe it gives us a little bit of leeway to have conversations in these space and start to work towards kind of running down maybe a set of recommendations that ultimately inform the next water plan updates recommendations, or things that could happen in the interim. There's many things that we have done outside of the what's explicitly written in the water plan, and that happens all the time. So in the water plan, there's things that are, the history. We're trying to keep those short, hyperlink to the deeper resources. Again, people can choose their own adventure, but make the 200-page document something that's easy to understand. There's a lot of things that we can say. If we want to do things more collaboratively, those are statements that we can easily make. But the actions, the things that we're explicitly going to do by 2030, we really need to make sure that those are impactful and on point. And again, really excited to have your help in thinking through that. And then as that kind of fourth area, we have this space of horizons. When we look out to 2050, what are the things that maybe we're not exactly fully addressing here, but we know we need to kind of keep working on or working toward? What are the things that are going to reduce our risk as we look towards 2050? So with that, I'll just kind of give a quick nod to where we're at with the update and the workshop, but we're about 15% toward an initial draft on that context section. We kind of always said from the beginning, we're going to start writing this in the way I just read it to you. We got to it takes a lot of work to distill all of the great, documents that we have into a shorter, quippier thing, and make sure that we're doing that in a way that's respectful and not losing information as well, or is at least, making sure that we're pointing to the right things. We're also coordinating with partner agencies, as I talked about, and trying to really build that buy-in across the state. And then we're prepping for the January board workshop. And so what we're kind of thinking in that space, just as a highlight, and I think we've kind of briefly touched on this before, but, we'll have the agenda review and we'll talk about what we're going to do that day. I'd like to walk through those sideboards with you and make sure that there's nothing that we're missing on that or something that you would add or qualify. We need to talk about the context for the update and just where we're at, maybe what we've learned, what we've heard in feedback. And then what we'd really like your help is just to go through each of those 4 areas and kind of ask you those questions. What's important? What's going to make the biggest difference for Colorado when you think about these 4 areas? What's emerged since 2015 that's on your mind or has come to light as being even more important than you thought it was before that we need to focus on, and really try to start to explore an action set through this workshop. And I don't know if she is on right now, but Stacy Bowe maybe is. If she's on, I'll let her jump in. But we've contracted with Stacy Bowe, who is with Strategic by Nature. She's great. She was actually also a local expert with the Southwest, or at least a facilitator in the Southwest, helping the local expert, and did a really great job. And so we're excited to have her to help facilitate that workshop, and really look forward to having that on the second day of the board meeting in January. So with that, I will turn things over to questions and make sure Stacy's not on. I'll give it one more pause. Okay, I think we went early. So any questions?
First, thanks for that great presentation, Russ. I see Director Hawkins, and then we'll go to Director Felt next.
Thanks, Russ, for that great presentation. I'm looking forward to the workshop. I was wondering if you could give us a little update on where we are with the Water Equity Task Force and how that could inform that resilient planning section of our discussion in January.
Yeah, great question. So that was what the Water Equity Task Force was designed to do. They were really brought on board and conceived to help inform the water plan update. And that was conceived as a set of 4 meetings. In large part, we've gotten a lot of questions about this lately, but in large part, really just to be respectful of their time. We had a few people that had been asked to had been appointed and they couldn't accept it because of the time. And so we kind of made that commitment to say over 4 meetings, we'll be respectful of your time, but we'd really like to get some broad principles that can inform the water plan and make sure that we're on track. We've been kind of whittling those down and getting some input. We've had 3 of those 4 meetings. So the 3rd meeting was the public workshop that we had on September 21st. That was pretty well attended. I think we ended up with 50 or so people, but we got a lot of really great feedback from that. And we did a public breakout session at the end with the task force members, really exploring the themes that they had come up with. I don't have them memorized off the top of my head, but I mean, just to rattle off a few, I think there are 6. There's 1 or 2 of those that I think almost kind of fold together, but some of the ones that just come to the top for me are how we bring new people into the workforce. I think that water has always had a challenge with, and especially like a knowledge gap in some ways of bringing people into the workforce in general. But how we do that, especially when we think about BIPOC communities or how we think about that in general, I think is a space to explore. How we make, there's been definitely some input on just roundtables, ensuring that roundtables are being open and inclusive. There's been input on really a topic that I think is so critically important to all the things that we're talking about, and Director Sakata helped present on, but the rural-urban divide. It's a topic that cuts across all stripes of people, but that, just making sure that the urban community, we hear this all the time from especially some of our roundtables specifically, and some members, that the city centers may just not understand what's happening with ag, and really needing to understand that we're all in this together and the impacts that we share. So those are kind of 3 of those major themes, and we are kind of as a download from that workshop. Elizabeth on my team, who I noted, is working on kind of summarizing those things that we heard from the workshop and some of the input. And that's something that we're going to bring to that 4th task force meeting. But it's also something I think that we could give as like, here's the draft that we could send in a package to you all before that board meeting. And we are going to make that public anyway and put it up on the website probably in the next month.
So just building off that, and then I'll go to Director Felt. Do you have, or are you working on an outreach plan that's specifically focused on reaching communities that we don't ordinarily and already hear from through the roundtables or through existing networks and through, existing efforts?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So again, we made this hire of Elizabeth on our team specifically to help us think through that kind of thing. And when we're thinking about the rollout period next summer, we're really trying to see how we can get out and be in the communities. It's going to be a challenge to get across the state, and we know that, but we are really trying to kind of build that framework of, we know we have to go to the roundtables. We know we're going to go to, maybe try to space out where we're going to have the like listening sessions in each of those areas. Probably have to be at Water Congress, and then in the space between, really look for opportunities where we can be in unlikely places, and where we could kind of make a bigger presence and try to really reach out to the public at large. We're doing some of that by just trying to get an awareness survey. We're thinking about what we can be able to translate. We're trying to map that out now. We don't have that right now, but one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is, even at that last task force meeting, before we kind of, formally thank the group for the input that we've gotten, and we've tried to have them and ask for their help building our networks a little bit of who should we talk to that we're not talking to, so that we can spread the word, but also ask them to help us think if there are specific events during the summer that they would like us to be at. We tried to do that earlier on, and some of the COVID numbers and inabilities to meet in person kind of stopped that initially, and we got some good feedback along the way that I think will help us make a more earnest effort this coming summer.
Other questions or comments for Russ? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This kind of ties with what the agenda item that we're not going to talk about till tomorrow, though. But if we do dedicate funds toward really education, do we want to have that more of a focus also in the water plan? kind of, talk what we want to accomplish and where the potential gaps are and have goals set for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Director Sakata. Good question. So that breakout of kind of that last category of resilient planning is meant to encompass education and outreach as one of those kind of sub areas there. And so I definitely think we do have specific actions around that. And to me, this kind of, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, but if we can't, something that we've heard from almost every basin. I've only heard one person tell me they didn't think it was as a big a priority, but to bring more money to help support education and outreach is critical. So at our current funding rate, what we spend for PEPO would, be about, even over the next 15 years, about $100,000. It's not a lot in any given year. It's pretty meager. So we've heard a lot of roundtables asking for more funding in that space. And I think trying to figure out how we can kind of solve that problem and better engage with the PEPO members and then others in the community to help spread messages and how we can do that better. One of the biggest things that we did going into this equity task force process was just to be honest that we don't know what we don't know. And we needed a broader pool of people to ask. And I think we got good input from both the roundtable members and the non-roundtable members on how we could maybe more meaningfully engage with the public. And it's not a one and done. This is a first step towards a much longer conversation. And I honestly think it pays tribute to the history of how the roundtables were created. It's built on inclusivity and just a recognition that we can probably continue to be more inclusive.
Any other questions or comments for Russ? Seeing none, Russ, thank you for the update, and to you and the entire team for the continued good work, and look forward to hearing more in January.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
So I think that brings us to our afternoon break. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we will be back just after 2 o'clock.
The recording has
Hey, Phil, thank you for joining us today.
Great to be here, as always.
You've been busy.
Yes, indeed. Got a few things on my plate.
We'll get started in just another minute or two.
Okay. Sure. Actually, no need. I'm okay.
All right. It is 2:02.
This meeting is being recorded.
We'll go ahead and go back on the record. We are on agenda item 14, Attorney General's report. And welcome Attorney General Weiser and team.
It's great to be here. I know our team's going to give a little briefing afterwards, then we have executive session. I look forward to when we're able to gather next in person, but understand that it's now prudent and helps us all from where we are to be together. A few things on my mind. One is I'm going to the legislature asking for some new funding for team members in our interstate water unit. The reality is that we have some important work together, particularly related to the Colorado River, where there are big questions that we've been talking about that we're working on, and I want our team to be ready for whatever may come. In Lane, we have an extraordinary First Assistant Attorney General, and I am proud of the team she is continuing to build. Unlike other states, we have the team here giving us a much better return on investment. So, for example, in this Rio Grande litigation, which is now before a special master, we're representing the state of Colorado, and that is, I believe, a matter that our team is handling very, very well. It's worth noting we handled another matter that was an interstate matter. We developed an amicus brief that was at the Supreme Court. For those who haven't listened to the oral argument, you can do so easily on a podcast called OIA. It's an interesting dispute between Mississippi and actually the city of Memphis, but the state of Tennessee, really. And we came in to argue that the theory being used by Mississippi would be a very dangerous one, seeking a damage remedy. And that's something that we believe does not belong in terms of the law of water appropriation. And instead, you need an equitable appropriation. And Justice Kavanaugh invoked our brief quite favorably in terms of impacting his thinking. I also want to acknowledge that we're working hard to understand how we move forward on water infrastructure. This is something I spoke about at the Colorado Water Congress this summer. There's state money with discretion under the Recovery Act. I believe we need to get a good amount of that money for water infrastructure. I articulated a $100 million number in my talk and in an op-ed with State Senator Bob Rankin. We also have some opportunities related to the infrastructure bill that we're going to be looking at, and I know will be before this board, and we want to help this board be fully prepared to take advantage of that. So those are a few things on our plate and on my mind. I will be traveling the state talking about these issues. In fact, I'm planning on giving a talk in Glenwood Springs on Monday, December 13th, to a group of water leaders there, talking about what the stakes are and what the issues are as we work through these questions around the Colorado River. And can make sure to circulate those remarks for those who are interested, and anyone who's around Glenwood wants to join us, please be in touch with me or with Scott Steinbrecher, who's our Assistant Deputy on Water. So with that, I will yield back my time. I think my team has a few briefings. Is that right?
That is
So
right.
covered. All right, Jen, take it away.
Well, I was just going to take away to go into executive session. Great.
Before we do that, are there any questions for the Attorney General or his team that are appropriate for open session? I'll echo Attorney General Weiser comment I made earlier today when we were talking about funding for your office for next year. I, think it's critically important that you and Lane and the entire team have whatever resources you need to fully defend and be prepared to defend, if necessary, Colorado's water rights and interests. Obviously, there are some very important high stakes matters that you and your team are going to be leading on behalf of the state, alongside Amy and others at CWCB. And I, for one, want to make sure that you have the full support of this board and whatever resources you may need to do that critically important work.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we move into executive session? All right. Jen, do you want to give us our statutory provision?
Sure. We are about to vote to go into executive session. During executive session, we will consider item 15A. This executive session is authorized pursuant to section 24(6), 402, 3A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. We are now ready for a vote.
We have a motion to move into executive session. Dr. Felt.
I'm making that motion.
The motion to move into executive session has been made by Director Felt and seconded by Director Brown. Any discussion before we proceed to vote? Seeing none, if you object or wish to abstain, please indicate in the chat. Seeing none, the motion is approved, and let's give Viola just a few minutes to migrate us over through the magic of Zoom. Let me know when we're recording, please.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We are back on the record coming out of executive session. We are on agenda item 16, report from executive session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the report. The board went into executive session to consider agenda item 15A. Discussion during executive session was limited to that item and no formal action was taken.
Thank you. And thank you to our staff and members of the public for your patience while we were in executive session. We are now on to agenda item 17, our final but very important agenda item for the day, Colorado River Interstate Issues. Amy, welcome and congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here. For the record, this is Amy Ostick, Section Chief of the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section. And I am joined today by Michelle Garrison, and we're here today to provide a whole host of updates on Colorado River matters. And as an initial matter, I did just want to, I'm going to see if I can take control of the slides. Okay. As an initial matter, I did just want to kind of emphasize what Director Mitchell said in her director's report, which is that I think there's increasing recognition that everything going on the Colorado River is very interrelated. So I think it's never been more important to make sure that we are all really tracking all of the elements of DCP implementation and everything else that's ongoing. So to that end, we are kind of incorporating everything into this update. I'll be back in a little bit to talk about demand management and kind of high-level general DCP implementation issues and status. But first, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle, who is going to provide sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can change the slide, who's going to provide a hydrology and operations update for us. There we go. And also an update on the drought response operations agreement plan development. So Michelle, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you and I'll be back in a bit.
All right, thanks, Amy. And I'll count on you. I think it's perfect. Really quickly, just to say, we're in a different part of the year. So going forward from here for the next couple of board meetings, we'll be following that snowpack and soil moisture piece pretty carefully. Next slide. And not as much some of the others. So on the left, you'll see water year precipitation for water year 2021 ending in September. Came out just a little bit below average, 79 to 90% for most of the basin. But the runoff, as we've spoken about before, was less than 30%, and the second driest year on record as of September 30th. Water year 2022 has gotten off to a much better start in most of the basin, which is good news. Here you'll see October 1st through November 15th on the right. And the northern parts of the basin have fared really well so far. Most of that was in October. November's been a little drier, so we'll see what it looks like after the end of November. Not as good news for the headwaters in some cases in Colorado, and not as good news in the southwest of Colorado or the southern portions of the Colorado River Basin. But in general, to the northwest side of the basin, things are looking good, and we're hopeful that this means we'll get better soil moisture conditions going into this winter and a little more efficient runoff next spring. Next slide, Amy. Thanks. So here's the snowpack so far, which you can barely see, but this is what we'll be tracking from now through next March or May is the snowpack. And so right now we're just a little bit below median, which doesn't tell you a whole lot other than you can see we had some pretty good snowpack in certain places in October, and now it's been pretty flat. Next slide. In terms of storage, the reservoirs can continue to drop as is normal for this time of year. So Lake Powell is currently sitting about 25% full. Blue Mesa also about 26% full. So not good news for most of the crisp reservoirs. Flaming Gorges and Navajo are in a little bit better shape than that. And on the right, you'll see The most probable forecast is unregulated inflow for the upper basin reservoirs. And for the most part, the forecast is 50% chance of getting higher or lower than about 77 to 84% of average. So they are still predicting, given the conditions right now, that next year is more likely than not to be below average. These numbers were just updated in the last couple of days since the slide was put together. And so some of those numbers that have been about 77% have popped up more in the 80% range, particularly Powell, which gained in the most recent forecast about 400,000 acre feet. But it's still really early in the season, and November's been a little drier. So we'll see what that looks like when we actually know something more substantial in January or March of next year. Next slide, please. In terms of the climate forecast, right now you'll see that the extended outlooks are showing the effects of the La Nina conditions. So continued increased likelihood of below average precipitation in the lower parts of the basin. Northern Colorado, less signal from La Nina. So really unclear what the winter will actually look like. So stay tuned when we actually know more of what has occurred. And on the right, throughout the basin, increased likelihood of warmer than normal temperatures. And we're already seeing that in Colorado. It's been warm everywhere. Importantly, more than guessing what next year's snowpack is going to look like, are some really key updates that I wanted you to be aware of in terms of the way Reclamation and the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center are doing their forecasting and modeling. So as you look forward with any information that Reclamation puts out, including their 24-month study, some tables they put out in terms of 2-year and 5-year projections of the likelihood of Lakes Powell and Lake Mead reaching critical elevations and other information that Reclamation puts out. They have turned off their old modeling for DROA releases. They decided that the model they were using, the rules they were using were over-releasing based on what they've learned about this summer's imminent need releases and how much flexibility they actually have at some of those reservoirs. And so they have turned those off, and that has changed then some of those forecasts and made things look more dire in terms of the likelihoods of hitting those critical elevations at the other reservoirs if you don't see DROA releases coming from the upper reservoirs. So I want everybody to be aware of that. The only thing they left in, and Director Schwartz speaks a little bit, but not entirely, to one of the questions you had asked earlier. Both CBRFC and Reclamation have moved starting in October from using the 1981 to 2010 data for their statistics and their projections to 1991 to 2020. And so at the bottom, you'll see a table for Wyoming. It makes very little difference because there's not that much difference between the 80s and 2011 through 2020. But for the other reservoirs, it makes a bigger difference. So if you look at Navajo in particular, the southwestern Colorado, the average annual flow for southwestern Colorado is about 15% lower using 1991 to 2020 than it was using 1981 to 2010. So from now on, if you see something that says runoff will be average, it'll be average of this new lower number. So you'll be looking at anything that says this percent of average will refer to a lower volume than it used to. And so the biggest differences in that are going to be at Navajo and at Powell. So going forward, just wanted everyone to be aware of those differences. And you can see on the right-hand side for Navajo, that means about 165,000 acre feet difference in what used to be considered average and what will be considered average now. Next slide.
Hey, Michelle, if you don't mind, it looked like yes. Director Brown had a question. Director Brown, did you want to ask a question now?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. I'm sorry. I just want a little clarification on the DROA modeling turned off. Only 2021 volumes included. So are you saying that they're including the volumes that they released, or the original volumes they wanted to release and then they released more and they're not in? Can you help me? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Oh, sure. Sorry. And there will
Processing
be a
that.
slide on that later that'll hopefully help clarify. But
Okay,
yeah,
we can
when I
do
say
it with it
draw
then.
modeling. No, I'll do it now. That's fine. But you'll see in the table the amounts again. But what they turned off was a set of rules that would automatically release from Flaming Gorge, Aspinall, and Navajo, kind of automatically when you hit certain triggers in their model, and they turned that off. So
Got it.
when they look forward now, they don't use those rules to show extra water going to Powell. So now what they're going to put in instead is just kind of exactly what's going to happen if a DROA plan is put together. And for 2021, they put in the volumes that they had decided in July they were going to release. They haven't released more than that. They may actually release a little less than that from Navajo, but we'll get to that on a different slide. But we're moving from rule-based looking at DROA to moving to actually what they think they're really going to release.
Okay.
Michelle, I'm seeing.
Sorry.
Did you have a follow-up, Director Brown?
I did. But
Okay.
Go ahead if you have something there.
No, please do.
Okay. So they include what they're releasing from the reservoirs, but they're not addressing, as far as I understand it, what actually ends up in Powell. How do we deal with that discrepancy?
That's correct. They haven't made any changes to their modeling. So whatever they currently do in terms of releasing anything from Flaming Gorge and showing that in Powell, including they do verify a little bit to gauges. So some things like transit losses are caught a little bit in the gauge record, but in general, they're not going to be tracking the exact timing and amount of a DROA release and when it hits Powell and how much of it hits Powell, because this is their kind of more long-term model that kind of doesn't get into that much detail in terms of how much of it exactly hits Powell. It kind of ends up relying on the way they put the model together and what was kind of left in the gauge, if that makes sense. So as you're looking back at releases they've made historically and how much went into Powell, that's kind of captured. And then if you kind of go outside of that same size of release, you may lose a little bit of that detail, but that's the way the model's put together.
Sorry, I can't see you, Madam Chair. Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
And I'm being a little bit calculating because I know that we have some additional time here this afternoon. So whereas I might leave this, it actually doesn't make sense to me at all why we're not tracking this. For instance, if we're releasing, let's just say Flaming Gorge, and a drastic amount of that released water gets picked up by an irrigator, which is not out of the realm of possibilities given the time that they actually did DROA releases this year. We don't really adjust the volumes in Powell. Like nothing could make it, right? And we wouldn't know. It wouldn't matter.
So there will be a difference, I think, in tracking the actual DROA releases and accounting for them in real time, and a model that looks forward and is saying, 3 years from now, we're not going to pretend to know we're having a DROA release and we're not going to show one, which is kind of what turning these rules off does, is stop saying that we're sure that in 2023, we're going to release some amount. And so that's kind of the difference in turning those on or off. There wasn't a lot of discussion before the imminent need releases were made about the issues related to transit losses. There was a subgroup put together afterwards to go forward looking at the DROA plan and considering those things. I think one of the key pieces is going to be that going forward, we may be far better off looking at making drawer releases in times of year when that's less of an issue. If you make those releases in the spring or in the winter, maybe you can get around some of those issues. And so that is a topic that the states are working on with reclamation going forward. But the first set of releases were made in such short order that those topics couldn't be fully addressed, although that did raise the need to have those discussions. It was real clear but the states were having those exact same concerns. And so there was a work group set up to discuss that for DROA going forward.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Yes, but I will say I want to give, this is a really important topic and I don't want to cut it off, but I also want to give Michelle an opportunity to get through her slides. So why don't you ask this one last question, and then I'll ask Director Felt and Director Schwartz if they have questions that are specific in terms of clarifications that will help all of us understand the presentation. And then I'm sure we'll have time once Michelle gets through this portion to kind of talk about some of those broader issues of transit losses and what's being tracked or what's not being tracked.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll ask the question and you can tell me if you want to answer it later on in the presentation, because I think it's a little bit broader than just the subject of DROA, but it would help me place it in my brain. When in the past, and I know this is going to sound like a stupid question, but I also know enough to know that it's pretty complicated. In the past, when we look at annual inflow into Powell, are we measuring that at a gauge into Powell and comparing those numbers against state line gauging data at each of the upper basin state locations specifically? That's my question.
All right, so inflow into Powell is measured by change in storage based on outflow and estimates of evaporation, because anytime you put a gauge too close to a reservoir and it backs the water up, you don't get a good reading for inflow. So most of the reservoirs don't have that. So it's measured based on that calculation of outflow and evaporation, gets you to what you think your inflow is. We do have the gauge data for the upstream gauges, including state line and other places. I'm not aware that those things are always compared specifically. They might be for a specific reason, but all that gauge data is available. Certainly, when we look in the context of things like where are we in terms of compact compliance, somebody might pull all the state line gauges that go into the Colorado and add them up just to get a feel for, where we are. But I'm not aware of a particular effort that's been regularly tracking that. But if we were to need that data for particular questions related to demand management or DROA or something else, we could make those comparisons.
Thank you.
Director Felt, was there something you were seeking to clarify or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I kind of want to make a statement and then see if you agree, Michelle. I've lived through several of these recalibrations of averages, multi-year averages before. And so, what I see in this situation is by switching from 81 2010 to 91 2020, that on the one hand, we should have more accurate forecasts each year of what to expect from the snowpack that we get, and the other variables that play into it. On the other hand, it makes it easier to exceed the forecast because you've basically kind of moved the goalposts and to reflect this new reality. And it's, as a result, it's easy to lose track of the old reality and what's the word I'm looking for here? I guess just the situation is often ends up getting portrayed as better than it was before you shifted the model. Does that resonate with you as sort of something that we all ought to be aware of and thinking about going forward?
Yes, and I think what you said is exactly correct. And so there'll be a slide later where you'll see the years that are being dropped off and you'll see the years that replaced it. And it'll be really clear, I think, what that's going to do in terms of looking at traces going forward. You won't see those big years like 1983 or 1984 then having a 3% chance of occurring as a part of a 30% record. Those are going to go away. And so there's a slide coming where I think you'll see what that's going to do to some of the traces that they produce going forward.
So just with our public relations and our public interactions over time, what we may see is that people saying, gosh, you hit the forecast, or gosh, you're 10% over the forecast, when actually we're just as bad as we were. It gets portrayed differently if you're not looking at the actual acre feet, the percent deviation.
Nope, I think you're right. And there's a reason. I think people find that percent of average kind of is something people find relatively easy to understand, but those averages change. And of course, reservoir operators and stuff, that's why they work on volumes and don't pay a whole lot of attention to the actual percent of average, because those bounce around and they need to know the volumes. But point well taken. And I think when we get to one of the other slides, you'll see what's coming off and what got added, and you'll get a pretty clear view of what that's going to do to upcoming forecasts. It definitely lowered the forecast in October because the average goes down. And so at this time of year, you're predicting, well, median goes down too. And at this time of year, looking forward, that most probable is just a median, and the median has gone down. So all the volumes went down just a little bit in that piece of the forecast, starting in October when they started using these numbers.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle. Director Schwartz, do you have a clarifying question here, or do you want to ask your question later? You're muted.
Thank you. Clarifying just based upon this. So from what I'm hearing about BOR reconsidering these imminent need releases, we won't have happen potentially what happened at Blue Mesa going into the future, that there will be more factors taken into consideration, that there are more people at the table, and it won't have the kind of impact it did, just even the timing, let alone the volume. So where it left it. Do I understand that?
Yes, and we'll speak more to that in a little bit, but that is correct.
Okay, so I think we need to change, since we changed this baseline, we should call it new normal baseline or 2.0 baseline, or kind of like mountain standard time. I mean, that kind of stuff. That whatever. But we should have an asterisk on this new average that we all are. Just as Director Feld said, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that we have changed this baseline, but the fact that you said it's being used across the upper basin, so that's helpful.
Good point. And here on this slide, you can see it a little bit. I've put off to the right. Reclamation always puts a black horizontal line on this Lake Powell unregulated inflow slide. That black line has gone down 1.2 million acre feet. So you'll see they have one slide that I have seen but have not gotten a hold of that had both black lines on there. But I do know that both CBRFC and Reclamation were planning to put together some informational materials to put on their websites to talk about this a little bit. I don't think they've finished doing that, but both CBRFC and Reclamation will be putting out some informational materials to make sure people understand this difference. And on some of their materials, you should start seeing like an asterisk at the bottom being clear which years they're using for the different pieces of information that they put out. So on this slide, you can see the water year 2022 forecast being now 7.8 million acre feet, which is 81% of the new average. It would be 70-something% of the old average. So there's that confusion about what a percent of average means when you change the average. 2021 observed came in at about 36% of average for the water year. And again, I think that's been moved to the new average. Their old slide had old average, and that number was lower. So the volume was the same and the percentage was lower. So get used to that confusion for a little while. But what you see on this graph, one, if you'll look over at the 80s, you can see a couple of really, really big years in a row. 83 and 84 were huge water years, and 85 and 86 were also really wet. And those just came off the table. And instead, you're looking at the years from 2011 to 2021 to 2020 being included. And so you can see the difference in terms of both the averages, and then, as Director Felt was talking about, CBRC does those plots where they take your current conditions and then run the conditions from each of these years in their models, and it produces this big spaghetti plot of what could happen based on what's happened recently. And so those big years are going to fall off of that also. So you're not going to see 83 or 84. Those would now be considered outside of the 10% wettest from those years that they're going to keep including. So you are going to see that shift to more drier years in all of their stuff and lower averages in all of their stuff. And a reminder, Lake Powell releases 2019, 9 million acre feet, then back-to-back years of 8.23 million acre feet. For water year 2022, it will be 7.48 million acre feet. And the predictions for water year 2023, we are still so far out that it could be anywhere from 7 million acre feet to 9 million acre feet based on current projections. So anytime we're looking that far out in the future, it really is just a guess. So if you see those materials, just understand we don't really know anything about what's going to happen in spring of 2022 or anything about 2023 yet. So those ranges are just huge at this point. So I think that takes us to really quickly drought response operations. Reclamation has indicated there will be no additional imminent need releases. So we are not expecting any additional releases during 2021 to continue to try to prop up elevations at Lake Powell. And the releases from Navajo Reservoir that were originally scheduled to occur in late November and early December have been postponed until later in December. That is one area where flows in, I think, late September and October came in below forecasted. And so they need to recalculate the amount of water available from Navajo and decide whether or not they still have 20,000 acre feet available to reach from Navajo as they had originally predicted. So you are correct. No additional imminent need releases are expected at this time. And so that takes us out of this imminent need period where projections fell so fast that regular DROA planned and coordinated with the states wasn't going to occur until 2022, but Reclamation felt like they needed to do something in 2021, and they did that. For 2022, we're working under the regular DROA planning, under the regular provisions, not the emergency provisions. And so that comes with more longer term planning, more time to reach out to stakeholders. So there should be better outreach. People should know a little further in advance what's coming, and it gives us time to consider those really important things like the impacts to Blue Mesa, to the recreation, to the local community, those things that Director Mitchell brought forward when this happened as issues with the way it was done in 2021. This gives us more time to stay on top of those and try to consider those local impacts when we do this planning, and let the states consider those things, reach out to local stakeholders as needed to make sure we're trying to do a better job with that than something under an emergency action. So right now, the states and Reclamation are working together on the DROA plan. Because it's so early in the year, we still have no idea what snowpack's going to look like. But we are drafting the static pieces of the plan, things that don't change, a lot of background information about the reservoirs, about what's in the actual DROA agreement. Those types of things are being drafted right now. And those will go out for some review and input in kind of stages. But certainly by late December, early January, they plan to put that out so that both reclamation and the states can have some input into the static part of the plan. And then the dynamic elements, we'll start tracking what snowpack looks like, what the forecasts look like when we know a little more information starting in January, but it really takes usually until March or April till you have a good idea, March or April, so you have a good idea of what's actually happening in terms of your snowpack and your runoff. And at that point, those plans will need to be put forward in terms of any proposed actions for that year. And then those need to be shared and coordinated. So that's what you'll see coming first by the end of this year, the static part of the plan, and then working early next year on the dynamic part and what might or might not be proposed as actions. In general, the regular DROA plan considers more looking at flexibilities on the spring peak when some other issues are easier to address, including flexibilities at the reservoirs, who else might or might not be taking water in the river. All those things were kind of considered in the original DROA planning. And so I think you look to the spring and to a couple other critical times in the year where some of those issues are easier to address. And you see what you can do if releases have to be made to try to balance all those things. The Lake Powell release is set at 7.48 million acre feet, and nothing about DROA changes the annual release from Lake Powell. And the lower basin will be taking their level 1 shortage plus their required DCP conservation. And their required DCP conservation also includes a consultation, a 1030 consultation. We're at the point now where projections out into 2023, which are sketchy at best, but it's the best information we can get at this point, do indicate a possibility of Lake Mead dropping below 1030, at which point the lower basin has to consult and try to figure out extra mitigation efforts to prevent Lake Mead dropping below 1020. And the lower basin has started working on that. And you can expect to hear something about that in the next few months as they kind of wrap up those consultations. Next slide. And here's a slide of what those reductions and contributions for the lower basin look like. The ones that are required in 2022 are coming from Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico. So under the 2007 interim guidelines, you'll see 333,000 acre feet of shortages, level 1 shortages for Arizona and Nevada, and 50,000 acre feet of shortage for under Minute 323 to Mexico. And then under DCP and the Binational Water Scarcity Contingency Plan, which is tied to DCP, there are additional requirements for Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico for another 230,000 acre feet. And so that's what you'll be seeing in 2022. Some of the DCP water savings contributions can be made from other types of intentionally created surplus being converted to DCP, or some other options. Pre-conserved water, I think, was a term they used. And so some of these shortages will be actual water left in Powell. Some of these other contributions may not be. It may be recoloring water that's in Powell, swapping some water sources. So at the end of the day, you won't see that entire total be left in Powell, but some of it will be. And then as they look to those 1030 consultations, they have that same issue. If you're trying to keep water in Mead, what actions can you take that actually leave water in Mead? So more to come on that. And I think, is that my last slide, Amy? I'm almost finished. And I'll turn it back over to Amy to talk about demand management and other things.
Thank you, Michelle. I wasn't sure if you wanted to take questions now or if Amy, you want to go through your portion of the presentation.
I did just want to note, Michelle, I think that you noted, you said Powell a couple times when you meant me throughout that entire slide. I just wanted to say that we do this all
sorry.
the time. No.
No, I'm sorry. That's this slide in particular is all about need. I'm so sorry. So yes, some of these actions will directly keep water in need. They will result from need releasing less to certain water users. And other actions that will be taken under contributions will be to kind of change the color of some water that's already in there from some previous activity. So yes, all about need on this slide.
Thanks, Michelle. I just wanted to clarify that, although I'm guessing everyone knew what you were talking about.
Amy, do you want to keep going and we'll take questions at the end?
Sure. That sounds good. So just a few other things to go over. I wanted to kind of take this opportunity to zoom out and provide some demand management updates, but also kind of look at the big picture of DCP implementation within the very, very important context that Michelle just provided. So just to start with demand management, a couple of things that I wanted to report to you all. First, we did receive some additional input from the South Platte Basin Roundtable, also the Arkansas Basin Roundtable that has been, I believe has been conveyed to you. I won't go over everything in those documents, but one thing that I noted that was consistent in each, I think, was the importance of state unity and collaboration. So I kind of just wanted to highlight that. But again, those both should have been conveyed to you all. Another thing I'll note is that we will likely have some additional input coming from the IBCC. So you can expect to see that in the near future as well. So those are a couple updates in terms of what is going on in Colorado, of course. But I also just wanted to kind of give a broader update on demand management and note that it appears as though the UCRC, the Upper Colorado River Commission work is really kind of picking up with a lot of states, I think the other upper division states, making more and faster progress on their feasibility investigations. So I do anticipate that we might be getting a little bit more information from all of that in the coming, I don't want to make any commitments here, but probably in the coming few months, we'll be getting a bit more information there. So that's just something to kind of anticipate. And, you know, I guess to return to your feasibility investigation, of course, back at the September board meeting, you all adopted the decision-making roadmap. And I just wanted to kind of highlight that, you know, that there's a lot of discussion around this, and I think it's important to emphasize that that was intended to be flexible, to respond to the type of information that we might be getting from other states, and also to incorporate information that we're getting through the drought response operations planning process. And I think one really important thing to note is, as Michelle indicated, we will likely be having some documents to put out for review in the next couple of months. And so all of that could also help inform the demand management feasibility investigation within Colorado and across the entire Upper Basin. So those are a couple of things I just wanted to note. But again, kind of, you know, that process, that decision-making roadmap, very much meant to be an iterative kind of responsive process to information that comes in. But again, to take a step back and talk about the DCP more broadly, one thing I wanted to highlight today as well is that the Upper Basin DCP actually had 3 components. We talk a lot about demand management and the drought response operations agreement, but a third component is weather modification. And I think one of the reasons this doesn't get quite as much attention is because it wasn't establishing a new program, it was supporting a program that was already in place, and kind of directed continuing that program and also providing for additional funding sources for that program. And that brings me to the final point on this slide, which is that as we're kind of, you know, getting more information in the demand management feasibility investigation process. There are other opportunities, I think, available to look at what might be able to be done now. And that's where, in part, the funding from the federal infrastructure bill comes in. I want to be really, really careful here to not get out of my depth. There's a lot of money in that bill, and a lot of it that needs to go through probably complicated processes that we still need to understand better to be spent. But there is a clear $50 million bucket for Upper Basin DCP implementation. And something we wanted just to bring in front of you all today are some ideas for potentially spending some of those funds. I think that Michelle really, actually in the discussion that you all had, kind of set up that there is a significant need, I think a recognized need across the Upper Basin for more stream gauges. Stream gauges are something that could directly help, whether there's the demand management program or just tracking drought response operations releases, things like that. And I think, as you all know, could support a lot of other efforts as well. So, and also the other component here that could be kind of ripe for more funding is the weather modification program. So again, we've talked a lot lately. You all have done a lot of work on the demand management investigation, but since there are all these things going on, we just kind of wanted to take a step back and kind of present this big picture and also go over some of these opportunities that might be available in the more immediate future. Let's see. The other thing that I kind of wanted to touch on today is the post-2026 operations, the negotiations for the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And I just kind of wanted to provide a really quick status update. These formal discussions haven't exactly been initiated. There's been a lot of focus on getting the technical tools in place ahead of the negotiations. But Director Mitchell has really been out and about getting input and talking to people about Colorado's goals and priorities going into this. And I know that you've heard some of these before, so I won't take a lot of time to go over them, but I just wanted to put them out there again because I think they're really important and we're really trying to, again, get this messaging out. Another thing I'll note is that Sarah has set up a new website on CWCB's page called Commissioner's Corner. So that is where we'll be tracking all of, where Becky's out talking about the post-2026 negotiations, but also just kind of a source for information about everything going on. So I did just want to kind of leave you with that update. And also just note that I think, it has never really been more important to do our best to be unified as a state around certain goals that, I think you've all really voiced support for. And also, just supporting Becky as we enter into these very complex negotiations. So to that end, we have added this resolution for potential adoption, which is the staff recommendation. It was in your board packets. But before moving to that, I'm happy to stop here and take any questions or anything else that you all might have.
Thank you, Amy and Michelle, for that very informative update. Obviously, a tremendous amount going on right now. Director Brown, I think you were first, and then we'll go to Director Dutton and then Director Schwartz.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I don't want to put you on the spot with this, Amy. So my question is maybe for the next meeting, if staff can be prepared to break down the $300 million budget in the DCP. I know we're slated only for 50 of that, but if we can get an overview of what that looks like, that would be great. And then with regard to the other infrastructure type earmarks that are in that pass that bill, that law now, if we can also be able to understand a little bit more broadly how that can, and I guess broadly how it will come to Colorado, and then more specifically how it will filter through our programs and how we would be able to look at applying that to this concept of a interstate drought resiliency toolkit, which sort of touches on some of the things we've talked about, like soil health and forest health, reuse, general watershed health, and infrastructure, et cetera. So is that an okay ask of me to you for?
Yes, that is an okay ask of you to me.
Yeah. Enjoy the holidays first, though.
Thanks, Director Brown.
And I just wanted to note, too, that thank you. I think it's very important to look at the stream gauges as part of that $50 million allowance that looks like we'll have in the weather modification. So, great offering there. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Dutton.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Great report, Michelle and Amy. And Amy, it's handy that Director Brown's request is okay, because I have one that's quite similar that dovetails with her request. I echo, how it would be super helpful if we could have a better understanding of what's in the infrastructure bill, especially with regard to DCP and potential opportunities. But I think this is a really big moment for Colorado and for water, and really, it dovetails into the comments from Director Mitchell this morning about how, we're really being aggressive and forward and taking action in thinking through potential opportunities with demand management and whether or not it's feasible, but also thinking about resiliency within Colorado and how do we set up a future where, we're looking out for our water users and we're doing more with less. And we're making sure that we're prepared for, the continuing conditions that we've seen the last 20 years and really thinking through where are opportunities for us and how can we seize this moment to improve infrastructure so that we can make water work harder. And so I would challenge you, Amy, or ask you to accept my challenge to, team up with Russ's shop and look for opportunities within all these great projects that were submitted through the BIPs and other we used to call them IPPs. Where are there opportunities to be doing projects and to really help our stakeholders access these funds so that we can improve resiliency within our state, and then also further be able to be leaders and participants in the bigger Colorado River conversations. And so if that's okay, I would make that request too. I'd be really interested in having that kind of information and data I don't know if January is too soon, but in January and March.
Thanks, Director Dutton. And there was one thing that I wanted to mention before going any further that I intended to note, which is that $50 million in the federal infrastructure bill for Upper Basin DCP implementation, we have to work with the other Upper Division states on that. So since it is directly tied to Upper Basin DCP implementation, we would just need to reach agreement and coordinate with all the other Upper Division states. But I think it is an opportunity for Colorado to kind of be a leader and say, here are some ideas we have about that. And Director Mitchell and Commissioner Mitchell can have those discussions. So I did want to just put that out there, but your challenge is accepted. And Russ and I can certainly work together on those items. I also do want to be clear that, there is this $50 million for Upper Basin DCP implementation that is specific to that. The rest of the funds in the federal infrastructure bill, I think, warrant further consideration in terms of what those could actually be used for. But regardless of that, I think this concept of the intrastate resiliency toolkit, that doing more with less, I think that regardless of those funds, those are certainly worthy things to consider as well. So, thanks.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Just tagging on to those comments, which were excellent. I guess I'm asking what other states are doing in terms of weather modification, stream gauges. Are some of our efforts consistent, and are we seeing weather mod in Wyoming, New Mexico? How robust are their programs?
I think Mr. Rickert would be better suited to answer those questions. I know that those things are happening, but I wonder if it would be a good time to tee up Andrew maybe for a future board meeting to give an update on the weather mod program.
Great. And hi, Amy. I'm on it right now as well.
Great.
But I think that, Director Schwartz, I think that's a great idea. And I'd be happy to, update the board on where other states are and funding and, their goals for the future as well at the next board meeting.
And share the science.
Sure.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
All right, Amy, were there other topics you wanted to cover today?
That is all I have. I can go ahead and shift over to the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution that was in your board packets supporting Commissioner Mitchell and Colorado as we enter the post-2026 negotiations.
I see a couple of hands up, Director Brown and then Director Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a quick statement and thanks for all your work on the resolution here before us. I think we've gone through this demand management research project that is, taken up multiple years and brain cells and the brain cells of our folks across Colorado. And I'm just so grateful that we've had the participation that we've had from around the state and the staff from both CWCB and then the other organizations that have dedicated their staffs to reviewing all the work that we've done, the volumes of work we've done, and still, as we know from our July meeting, the work yet to be done. But I guess what I wanted to say here is, obviously this board is very aware of the problem that we're facing, the crisis. And I don't think a day goes by that I don't have at least 2 new articles or learning opportunities on the crisis in the Colorado River Basin to read. In fact, sometimes I open up my browser and there's like 9 articles that have been backed up throughout time that I'd like to get through, and they sure do pile up. And so, with that, I think we all stand in solidarity with the lower basin as they work through their issues and with the other upper basin states. As we all look within and find out how we manage this crisis, and how we defend our water and how we look toward the future so that we can have a robust and thriving economy and healthy rivers for our future generations. And so I just really hope that in the next year we can key into some of the points that I made regarding that interstate drought resiliency toolkit. And I know I've been hammering, I like that we have a phrase for it now, by the way. And I know we've been hammering that the last few board meetings, but I hope that we can focus really in getting our own house in order and, really hopefully stopping reeling from this aridification that we're going to be dealing with and narrowing down on some solutions that they're bigger than just the demand management tool in the toolbox that we have in front of us. And I look forward to seeing the creative ideas that come, from our own state and then how these other states and their experts, what they come up with as well. And so I, when it's time, love to make a motion on this resolution because I think Commissioner Mitchell's doing an excellent job representing how important it is to share the loss that we're experiencing in Colorado when it comes to our new normal. And I want to thank her for doing that work. So that's all.
Thank you. And I'll come back to you when it's time to make the motion, Director Brown. But before we go there, Director Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a comment, Amy, I assume you've seen the River District's work on a straw man that they call a punching bag. I thought that was good work. And if the rest of the board members haven't seen that, I suggest you take the time and look at it, because they really delve into some of the issues that we're facing, outside of the major ones, that, proportionality stuff. And I thought it was very well put together. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Anderson. Director Felt?
Well, I would echo what Jackie said, and going back a few slides to the post-2026 operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead, where it says Colorado's goals and priorities. I think that's an aspirational statement right now. And by that, I would suggest that where we can say, where Becky can say, these are our goals, we can say as the Colorado Water Conservation Board, these are our goals. But I think it's really incumbent on each one of us to go back to our roundtables, which are charged more with the good of each basin, right? And can be, they are siloed to some extent. Maybe not the individuals who comprise it, but as a roundtable, they're somewhat siloed, and there's certainly been conflicts in the past, and there will be in the future among those silos. But I think it's really critical that we maybe turn that Colorado's goals and priorities bullet point into make it something like unify Colorado around these goals and priorities. And then that's our homework. We need to remind our roundtables and all of our constituents that the enemy or the threat is not so much internal as it is external and downstream. And I know it's a lot more complex than that, and everyone's always saying, watch what you say, but that's it. We have to, we got to keep that in mind and keep our eye on where the real threat lies. And I think we need to have Becky's back. And so, this resolution, obviously that's what it's intended to do, but she needs to feel like every time she looks over her shoulder, everybody's there, man, the whole state, each of us in each roundtable and the IBCC, that we're all there. And I think we are, but I do think it's really important that when we start, my own basin just submitted a statement about demand management, right? And I think we tried to not be contentious about it, but just sort of call out some things we're worried about. And we have to keep doing that sort of homework. But the real thing we got to do now, I think, is rally around. And I was just real excited to see this resolution, to see the thought that went into it. And I would certainly second in due time, or third or whatever, my support. And I just hope we can all kind of keep that in mind and carry that message back to our different drainages.
Thanks, Director Felt. Director Hawkins?
Thanks. I just wanted to add a perspective to what Director Felt just said. I think that Commissioner Mitchell has a very hard task of simultaneously protecting Colorado's interests and looking for solutions to a problem that's challenging us as a society, as 40 million people in the basin. And so I hope that this is seen as a resolution of support for her to use her judgment in accomplishing both the protection of Colorado and finding solutions to a problem that is very difficult for the entire basin to deal with.
Thanks, Director Hawkins. Other questions or comments on the draft resolution? And I will just note there were some tweaks that were circulated, I want to say maybe yesterday or the day before. They're all sort of blending together, but just want to make sure that everybody saw those. All right. Well, seeing no other questions or comments, Director Brown, I understand you would like to make a motion.
I would love to make a motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I guess, for maybe the public that hasn't seen the latest and greatest version of the draft resolutions as it was changed, it looked like by a number of board members through our process. Is that going to be available today, now? Is it linkable? Yes. Okay. Will you tell us where it is, just in case people want to check it out?
Yeah, Director Brown, I think right now it is on the board agenda webpage, but once it's adopted, I think we should put it on Commissioner Corner webpage and make sure that people can find it when they want to on the website.
Excellent. With that, I would like to make a motion to adopt, sorry, do we have staff recommendation up for the resolution? Thank you. That's easy. The resolution supporting Colorado's priorities and Commissioner Becky Mitchell in the negotiation process.
Thank you, Director Brown and Director Felt.
I would strongly second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Staff recommendation on agenda item 17, that we adopt the resolution supporting Colorado's priorities and Commissioner Becky Mitchell in the negotiation process has been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Director Felt. Is there any further discussion among the board? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If anyone would like to abstain or object, please so note in the chat. Seeing no objections, staff recommendation is adopted. And with that, Director Mitchell, Amy, and the entire team, just want to thank you again for your ongoing and steadfast work on behalf of the state of Colorado. You are doing an incredible job, and know that we are all standing alongside you and behind you, and want to do whatever we can to support you in your role.
Can I say something?
Please.
Thank you all so much. This means a lot. More so, if you know me, you probably knew this made me slightly uncomfortable, and it did, because of the personal piece of it. But I think support for the state, support for the work that we're doing, but also touching a bit on what Director Hawkins mentioned about really looking for a solution that works for the entire basin, the environment, and then all of the people in that basin, some that have been underrepresented before. And so I think what this resolution is for me, and I know it is for the staff, is that we have what I think Amy said was so important right now, is support of the entire state as we really work on this most difficult problem. And we're not working on it alone. We're working on it all together, and with not only this board, but folks all across the state, all across the basin. So I just want to thank you all for making the Colorado River a priority, all the rivers in the state a priority. And I think our work is so important, and the work we're doing now will affect millions of people for a very long time, and we have an ability to create change right now that I think will be change that is lasting and will be positive. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Attorney General Weiser, did you want to offer?
Yeah,
comment?
I wanted to raise my hand, just thank Becky for her leadership. We are in a time where we're juggling a lot, where there's a lot of work to do, and having Becky in the role that she is, both executive director and the commissioner roles, is incredibly important to our state. And all of you who are here serving, we've got to pull together to get through this. There's that great phrase, we either hang together or we hang separately. And we need to hang together during this time and take on a range of important challenges. And this confidence and encouragement for the leadership we have is so warranted. So, and thanks to everyone on the team who are really putting in long and hard work.
Well, and thank you and the Attorney General's office as well. Between Director Mitchell and our amazing team at the Attorney General's office, I don't think the state could be in better hands. So thank you. And that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. We will stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., at which time we will pick up with a rulemaking hearing regarding the floodplain rules. That will be our work tomorrow morning. We do have a very busy agenda with some really important topics throughout the day tomorrow. So I hope you'll get some rest and look forward to seeing you at 9 tomorrow. Have a good evening.
The recording has stopped.